Hello and welcome into the latest live stream. My name is Kerry Holzman and thank you all for joining me in the chat right now. Let's do a quality check. If you guys in the chat can verify that you can see and hear me okay. And I've got a gentleman helping me. He's a friend and a fan. And his name is Mitch. Would you come say hello, Mitch? Mitch is going to be operating the cameras today. You have to kind of crouch down so I don't look so short. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So this is Mitch. Thanks. Mitch has driven from across town to volunteer to do this. So big thanks out to Mitch. And can we verify everybody can see and hear? Are we getting confirmation?
They say it's all good.
Okay. Can we try some camera angles? Let's try left camera over right over here. Mitch is still getting this down, so we want to be at this camera.
Left camera.
We're figuring it out, guys. All right, that's left, right?
That's left, yeah.
Okay. Now let's go to the right camera.
Right. So then I click right.
And then turn off the left.
Take off the left.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's go to center. And let's go to close up.
Up and then kill center.
Yep, that's it. So there we go. We have all the cameras hooked up into that quad port HDMI capture card, which was so generously contributed by a viewer named Colin Hilton. So we're going to have a lot of shout outs to members of the community who have contributed to make this build possible and keep the content free for you guys. And so super thanks to all those really supportive contributing viewers. If we could, let's go back to the wide. Thank you. And then I'm not going to tell you which cameras. I'm going to leave that up to you from this point on. Feel free to experiment. The chat room will let you know if it's getting annoying. At least they do for me. All right, I want to get a couple things out of the way. First of all, one of the viewers, Keith Butler, sent me a flashlight that I guess it has a base on it, so I don't have to try and hold the light with one hand and the screwdriver with another and the motherboard with my third hand. So I did receive that, Keith. Thank you for sending it. Some other folks have written some letters, old school, just put them in the mail. This viewer's name's Winston from Canada, and he sent me Canadian currency. I actually collect currency from other countries, which is cool because I have a Canadian $1 bill, which they stopped making. They use a coin now, and that'll go in my collection. And I guess he sent me some Canadian stamps, which was nice. Obviously, when people go old school and they take the time to write a letter and mail it to me, I'll always respond to that, of course. It's just very thoughtful. And this letter is from, his screen name is Supraman G. I don't know if he's in the chat, but he sent me a nice letter as well. And just very kind and thoughtful. I want to make sure you guys know I am getting your letters, your correspondence, your gifts, and of course it's not necessary, but it is appreciated. So let me just set this aside for right now. And let's talk about what we're doing on today's build. You'll see here the case. This is an NZXT H700i case. It's kind of expensive as far as cases go, but then on the other hand, the whole build is kind of expensive as far as builds go. So it really does suit the build well. If you're somebody who is intimidated by cable management, this case is going to make your cable management really, really simple, and it may be worth the investment so you just don't have that anxiety or stress. Looking forward to working on this case. I've got every tool I think I need right here, but I may have to run back and forth. We'll see how that rolls. Now, in the video description below this video is a list of all of the parts that are used in this build with links to Amazon. I am an Amazon affiliate, so if you regularly shop at Amazon like I do, and you use any of my links that take you to Amazon, it doesn't matter if you buy what's on the link. If my link takes you to Amazon, and while you're at Amazon, you buy something else, I still get a commission for it. You still don't pay any more money. You don't get a discount either. You're going to pay the same amount you always pay. The only difference is I get a cut. You know, obviously a bigger purchase is going to have a bigger cut, right? So if you want to support the channel that way, it's always appreciated. But in the meantime, all of the parts that are in this build are listed there, along with this Lazy Susan, this turning table here. That's there. I think the screwdrivers are in there, and feel free to leave a comment after this video is posted if there's any links you'd like for anything I have left out. What we're going to build today is an AMD Ryzen Threadripper. Now the Threadripper, this is the high-end 1950X Threadripper. I've never built with a Threadripper before, so this should be an interesting and fun experience. This has 16 actual cores with 16 additional, what we'll call it virtual cores or threads. So it's a total, it looks to Windows like you've got 32 CPUs. That's what it looks like. It's pretty cool. I was working with the Ryzen 7 1700 that we built on the video editor. It's maxing out the CPU at like 96%. So it seems like CyberLink Power Director, which is the software I use to edit my videos, which isn't happening on these live streams, by the way. There's no editing here. When I edit my videos with CyberLink Power Director, it seems like it really cares about the power of the CPU. So it'll be very interesting to run it with the Threadripper and see what sort of performance hit that makes with regards to the editing process, because it can be very discouraging waiting for the computer, waiting for the CyberLink software to bring in files and do what it needs to do so I can edit those files. For the motherboard, we're using a GIGABYTE AORUS Gaming 7. Can we go to the close-up on that? Got to turn center off after, so you select close-up and then turn center off. That's the left. We're gonna get there. Here we go. Yay! All right. Still a lot faster than if I did it myself. Don't worry, guys. Mitch is gonna have this thing down in a few minutes. He won't even have to look. He'll just be like, click, click, click. Anyway, here's the board we're using. It's the X99 AORUS Gaming 7, which it looks like a nice motherboard. It's all black. We've got a nice black and white theme going on with the case. Can we go back to the wide shot, please? Thank you. And then for RAM, we're using this T-Force Nighthawk. Can we go close up again? There, nope. There we go. So we got two of these. So it's 4 sticks that are 16 gig kits. So we got 4 8 gig modules for a total of 32 gigs of RAM. That's going to go in there. And I've got 3 Samsung 960 EVO. These are 500 gigs apiece, and this motherboard has 3 M.2 slots, and we can put them in a RAID 0. So when we get this thing configured, it's going to see 1 hard drive. It's not going to see 3. It's going to see just 1 with the total size of all 3 added up. And in theory, it'll read and write 3 times faster. It won't actually, but there's some math involved with overhead and stuff. But it'll be faster than a single drive. It'll be faster than 2 drives. The downside of what's called a RAID 0, which is what we're doing, is if any single drive fails, you lose everything. But as long as you have a backup of your stuff, who cares? I was looking online and I found these little heat sinks. These are for the M.2 drives, because when these M.2 drives, when these heat up, your performance starts going down. So EK, the people that make water blocks, EKWBs, EK makes this little heat sink, and I've ordered 3 of them that'll keep our temps down by about 15 to 18 degrees to help keep the performance up on the M.2s. And I've never worked with a lot of this stuff before, so I'll be figuring it out right along with us here, with you guys live here on the video. Can we go wide again, please? Thank you. This is a cable kit, and it is a ridiculous way of packaging, because inside of it, every cable is in its own little package, which is a complete waste of materials. But these are going to replace the power cables that come with the power supply, and they're white, so they're going to match, once again, the black and white theme here. You see this, in this case, you see this white stripe going down? This is a piece of metal here, and every contributor who's contributed $100 or more to this build, your name's gonna go on here. In fact, some people contributed more than 100, so for every 100, their name will appear. So if you see somebody's name, and we're gonna get to that way, maybe tomorrow, we'll do the naming ceremony. We are going to have everybody's name who's contributed to the build, and if you see somebody's name 2 or 3 times, that'll give you an idea how much they contributed to make this possible. You're looking at about $3,700 in parts. So all 3 of these drives are about $600, right? 200 bucks a piece. The memory, I think, is around $300 for each one of these boxes. CPU was $950, I want to say, and now it's probably going to be discounted because the new chips are coming out, but there's always something new coming out. We're pairing it up with a 750 watts Seasonic Prime Gold. It's 80 plus gold rated power supply. To keep everything cool, it's difficult to find a cooler that fits this big CPU. It's a socket called TR4. Well, Enermax makes a big 360 millimeter radiator that is specifically designed for Threadripper only. So this is the TR4. I've never used this before. I initially was reluctant to use it because I really wanted more bling, and this doesn't have any lights or anything. Normally I don't want the lights, but we're just making a showcase piece here. So I'm breaking all my rules because I'm not building it for anybody except, well, I'm building it for you guys, right? So this, we're getting to that. And then finally, I haven't used an AMD video card in many, many years. Can we go close up on this, please? And now this is the SAPPHIRE Radeon RX Vega 64. And this is about a $750 graphics card. I think for the money, an NVIDIA is a better value, but we're gonna keep this all AMD. Some people think I'm an AMD, some people think I'm an Intel fanboy, but the fact is, I always build whatever my customer wants, whatever fits the customer's needs. And in general, the AMD cards aren't desired by the people I'm building. However, if the customer wanted one, I have no problem installing it. It doesn't install any differently. So just to prove I am manufacturer, as far as CPUs, Intel or AMD, as far as graphics cards, NVIDIA or Radeon, as far as I'm concerned, I'm only concerned about what matches the customer's needs and budget. And so I just think it's, for the money, you get a better graphics card from NVIDIA, but I am agnostic when it comes to this sort of information, which graphics cards. So just to prove that, we're gonna go all AMD today, right? AMD as much as possible. So AMD chip, AMD graphics, and I'm sure it's gonna be just fine. So anyway, it's all personal preference. What else can I tell you? I think we're ready to start building. Are there any questions before we begin? Looks like we had a contribution come in. A couple have come in. Let me step over and see what we've got here. Fit Guy's contributed €10. Thank you, Fit Guy. And can you scroll that up for me? You'll see just roll the mouse. Oh, you have to click the mouse once because it goes to sleep. And then roll the wheel. Or not. Oh, sorry, scroll down. Yeah, scroll the mouse down right there, I can see it. See it right down here? Darka1912011 has contributed 20 pounds. It says, hey Carrie, thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey Carrie, great live stream, love your videos. Well, thank you, and thanks so much for your generous contribution and support. And let me give a few shouts out. We got Colin Hilton, we got Brytech, we've got Catherine Anna Hauserman, Superman G is in there, CC Tech Pro, John FKS 1985, Grant McDonald, Nick Poverman, Chisholm, Tech Out. Oh my gosh. And now they're all flooding in and saying hello. So hopefully the chat will be archived along with this video so everybody can see that you're there, and give a shout out from where you're from. Where are you watching from? All right. Thank you guys again for joining me for this very special live feed. And I have to tell you, when I build computers, I'm very serious about it because my reputation is on the line, the future of my business is on the line. This is the very first time in a very long time that I have built a computer just for fun, and I'm really excited about it. I've been looking forward to this build now ever since this concept I began to realize this could be a reality, and you guys made it a reality, and I can't thank you enough for that. And it just so happened that today, normally in Phoenix in this time of year, our weather is close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. In fact, we've already hit that a few times, but for some reason, the weather was predicted to be 74 degrees Fahrenheit today, and I said, that's a good day to film outside, and that's why today was selected, for those of you wondering what the delay was about. And where do you want to start? I guess we can start with the case. We're going to take the thumb screws off. This is a tempered glass side panel here on the case. So obviously when you put these screws back in, you don't want to over tighten them. It would be possible to crush the glass if you were overzealous with tightening the screws. And there's something sticky. Can you give me a close-up on that? You're going to have to go down to the taskbar to bring up the OBS software back up. Click the mouse once to get the mouse back alive. There you go. There you go. And then do the close-up.
Okay.
It's something sticky. I don't know what's on. That's just weird. Anyway, just wanted to show you I wasn't exaggerating. It's actually sticky. And let's go back to the left camera. Let's step over there. There we go. So I'm going to step over here, and we're going to. That should just peel right off. And let me hand this to you. If you want, if you put it up against the. Actually, just put it anywhere. As long as it doesn't fall down, we're good. Thank you. Okay, so here's the case right here. This is the H700i, and the other side panel here, I believe you just push this button, and that just comes out. And let me hand that to you as well, Mitch. Thank you again. Now remember, I was telling you about that, about the cable management. See these tracks? It's all right there for you to help guide your cables, and even these straps, so you don't even have to get nylon zip ties. If you say, I don't want that stuff, there's little screws, all these tracks come out, and you can get rid of these nylons, you can get rid of these Velcro ties and replace them and do it however you want to do it. But for the rest of us, it's a great feature that I've never seen before in a case, not to this extent. This is over the top. We've got a space for a 2.5-inch drive here and here, and we turn the case around, we have a space for two more 2.5-inch drives down here, and they have little buttons on the side, and you see all these little holes down in here? You can put that wherever the holes fit, or you can just take them out and not use them. So we're actually not going to use these because we don't need them, so we're just going to take them out and keep the inside of the case as clean as possible. There's another one right there. So there's the third one, plus the two in the back for a total of 5. And then over here, right down here, I'm not sure how well you can see that, but right down here, this is your hard drive tray for your traditional mechanical drive, and it's in a track that slides left and right. And the reason it does that is if you put a power supply in that's really big, it could bump up against your drive tray, and you can push the drive tray that way. But if you put a big cooler up in the front, then it can interfere with the drive tray this way, so the drive tray can slide back towards me. If you're not going to use a mechanical drive at all, the entire drive tray can come out. I mean, what more could you possibly want? It covers every scenario. Let's get this. Right down here, there's a box that contains all of our parts, and we can just push that out. And this is going to have all of the mounting hardware, the screws, everything needed to mount the motherboard, and everything that all of this hardware. These are the screws we're going to use right here. So I'm going to just set this aside for right now. You'll see the front of the case. If you look in this angle, you'll see there's 3 fans right up here. 1, 2, 3. Those look like 120s, and then there's a 140 here in the back. Exhaust fan. What else can I tell you? Up on the top, we've got our power switch, 2 USB 2s, 2 USB 3s, headphone and microphone jack, which is standard. There is no room on this case for like a memory card reader or DVD or Blu-ray drive. They're phasing that out. You can always add one that's USB. You can even buy a USB floppy drive if you still need a floppy drive, and you just plug it in when you need it. Easy peasy. That's our case. Let's go main center. Thank you. All right. So one of the first steps in prepping the case will be to install power supply. So I've got the power supply right here. The thing about power supplies that cracks me up is, you know, they ship this in a box. So once I took the box out of the box, I can remove the box. And from in that box, I can remove that box. And inside of this box, we've got some nylon zip ties as well as some Velcro ties. It's a nice little touch. You see Sonic is giving us a Go Faster sticker. 2 Go Faster stickers, so we can go twice as fast. I'll set that over there. We've got instructions, which are very important. This power supply has a 12-year warranty, so we should be good for a while. We got a thick power cable, and then we've got the additional cables that come with the power supply. Now, we shouldn't be using any of these because I'm using the cable kit. These cables are black. I wanted white cables. So we're color coordination. I mean, black would have worked because we are black and white, but there is so much black. I think adding a little white will give it a nice look. And then finally, we've got our bottle of Crown Royal. Oh, no, it's the power supply in a bag that looks like a Crown Royal bag. Now, what's this bag for? Apart from adding expense to your power supply? I mean, if it's for holding your cables, then what's this bag for? I'm very confused. Why they put a bag in a bag in a box in a box in a box. It seems to me that's adding some unnecessary cost. It's not necessarily eco-friendly, but that's what they do. Let's see what our power supply looks like. Come on out, power supply. There we go. This is the Seasonic Prime Gold. Good looking. Can we go close up on that one? Hey, we got it. All right, there we go. There's a little plastic right here. They always look for that little bits of plastic that cover up. Generally, it's where the company's logo is. As far as the company's concerned, this whole thing can get scratched up. They don't care, but they got to make sure that their logo is perfect. There's a button here. This is for hybrid mode, and this creates a lot of technical support calls for power supply companies because people go, my fan isn't running. Well, when you put hybrid mode on, the fan will only run when it needs to run. Ideally, that's where it should always be, in my opinion. And this fan sucks air in. It's going to bring air in from outside the case, and then it's going to push it right out through this end of the power supply, right up here. So it goes in through here, out through there. It never enters the computer. So it's important your case has some space below. So let's go back to that wide angle, if you would, please. Between the surface, between the ground, so that your case can breathe. It can bring air in from under here. There's also a dust filter. And the dust filters help to eliminate dust, except many customers don't know they've got them or they forget, and then this plugs up and you start suffocating your power supply. Sometimes it's better to have no dust filter than to have a dust filter you don't clean. This will obstruct your airflow. I recommend you clean these every 6 months. It's a good habit to get into. And it just slides, there's a little track that I just missed, and it just slides right in and clicks into place. Now with this case, let me step around here so you can see what I'm doing. With this case, there's a power supply bracket and when you take the bracket out, you can then mount the power supply to the bracket. Instead of putting the power supply in the case, you just mount it right to the bracket. Now, we can use either the screws that came with the case or the screws that come with the power supply. So looking at the screws that come with the power supply, I'm interested in what color the screws are. I want black screws to match the case. And these are black, so I'm going to use these since they were designed for the power supply. And that's the only reason why I'm using it. It's not like they're better screws. They're just going to color match, that's all. Now you'll notice, you've seen me do this before, but you'll notice on the power supply, we're going to put a screw in each corner except right up here. You see there's an offset right here. One screw. I mention that because I've seen customers bring me power supplies that have 2 screws and they're using these venting holes instead of using, if you notice the venting holes, they're black and these holes are threaded, they're silver inside. So remember, it's going to be 1 for each corner, and 1 corner is just offset by about 1 inch. So all we have to do to put this on now is make sure that it lines up properly with the direction. Remember, we want this power supply to go in with the fan facing down. There's no particular order that you have to tighten the screws. The screwdriver I'm using is a Panasonic EY7410, and it's got an automatic turn-off clutch that when it hits my clutch setting, the driver turns itself off. It doesn't do that annoying grinding sound you hear from other electronic drivers when they hit the clutch. Whoa, it's getting away. I always want to use a magnetic tip screwdriver, always. So I actually have to loosen these up a little because the last one's not quite going in because it isn't lined up right. There we go. Boom. Now, look how easy this is. We're just going to slide this right in there. What am I hitting? I'm hitting something. There's little rubber feet on the bottom, and that's to help reduce any vibration from the fan to keep the machine running nice and quiet. And then I can just tighten these right back down. And that's how difficult it is to put your power supply in. It's pretty straightforward, right? And then we've got this AIO shield to put in next, and let's get this out of the way. And let's get that over there. In the motherboard box, your motherboard's going to have the AIO shield, and the AIO shields generally are not transferable from one board to another because the I/O shield will have different number of ports and where those ports are located. So you have to use the one that came with the motherboard. So when we open the box up, you'll see we've got the board is right there on top, and everything else, all the cables and the I/O shield are all going to be located underneath the board. So here we've got a bunch of stickers. Man, this thing's going to go fast, I can tell you already. There's a lot of stickers. There's another badge, like a metal. Can we go close up on that? Looks like a guitar pick. You play guitar? And finally, under here, we've got a bridge for connecting two graphics cards together. We've got antennas for the built-in Wi-Fi. We've got nice braided SATA ports. There's 2 in each bag, and there's 2 bags for a total of 4. We've got some Velcro wire management. Looks like we have internal antennas. I don't know what that is. I'll have to figure that out. And I got something else. I don't know what this is either. This may be for lighting, for RGB. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. We've got a little Torx Allen wrench. I guess it can't be both. It's a Torx wrench in the shape of an Allen wrench. We've got the screws for the M.2 drives. We've got the GIGABYTE G connector that makes the front cable management a little easier. And finally, what we were after, the I/O shield. Can we go back to the wide shot? I'm gonna just, what am I gonna do? Put it in there? Sure. And I'm gonna just set this back in here. We're gonna be right back into it in a second. Things never go back in the box the way they came out. Let's get rid of that. All right, I/O shield. There we go. I/O shield is just a friction fit. The worst mistake you can make on your I/O shield is putting it in upside down. And if you do that, you just pop it back out and turn it around. And that's the worst mistake you can make. So nothing to have any anxiety over. Can we go to the close-up again for me? All right, so I'm gonna have to adjust this camera a little bit. Bear with me for a minute, folks. We're gonna go this way. All right, so what I'm looking at is this hole right here. And this I/O shield is gonna go in this hole. But it's gotta go in from this direction. And I need the motherboard, I'm sorry, I need the, if you look at the I/O shield, there's a series of smaller holes. That's always where your speakers are. And most tower cases need this facing down. And that's how you know which, not to put it in this way. The other way you'll know is when you put it in wrong, your motherboard won't fit. And you'll have to just pop it out and turn it around, right? So that's gonna go right in like this. And you're just gonna bring in each corner, make sure all 4 corners are flush against the back of the case. There's what it looks like on the inside. And you can always run your finger across it just to make sure that it feels like it's flat, like it's not tilted in any way, because it can interfere with how well your motherboard's going to sit into the case. All right, let's go back wide again. So now I'm going to take the motherboard out and I'm going to place it. Well, first of all, I'm going to set it over here for a minute. And I'm going to get rid of that. So maybe I can close this box this time. We're going to work on top of this box so I don't scratch up my table. And then I'm going to take all of these things here, getting ahead of myself. Here's what I'm going to do. Set that aside. all the things, all the spare parts, all of the things that came with the motherboard. Let's get rid of that. This is a great place to take all this extra stuff, just put it all in there, everything. Take your instructions, take all of it, stick it all in your motherboard box. And that way it'll all be in one place. I'll even take these extra 3.5-inch drive bays, or I'm sorry, 2.5-inch drive bays. These are the thumb screws for the glass. They're very easy to lose and misplace. Now I know they're somewhere in the box, which is a lot better than where it was. Oh, gotta have the Go Faster sticker. Let's put that in there. All right, let me show you this motherboard. Let's get a nice, good look at this board. This is what we're working with today. You'll see all of the PCI slots are metal reinforced. Not that I've ever seen one break, but apparently that's been an issue with some folks, enough to justify that. You'll see we got a lot of plastic on this board that's got to come off. And then of course there's all of our I/O on the back of the board. Lots of USB, still has a PS2 port. We've got Wi-Fi built in there. Even USB 3.1 is on there, that one right by the red slots there. So, it's the latest and greatest X399. And I'm just gonna take this plastic off. Usually, you'll see like, well, I don't even know what that is. Interesting. I'm seeing some things for the very first time that I didn't realize were here. And what I'm seeing right now appears to be heat sinks for the M.2 drives, making these unnecessary. But I can use them in something else. Or I can use these instead of these, but these match the motherboard. So I just wanted some kind of a heat shield or a heat spreader on the M.2 because we're going to be cranking hard on these things. They're going to heat up. There's lighting. I don't know if you can see this. Let me bring it up. I just realized. In between the memory slots, there's RGB lighting. Can you see the white strips going in between the slots? That's crazy. And I've got 4 more slots to use, so I can actually go to 64 gigs if I want to order, you know, if I want to spend another $600 on memory. I can always do that later. We've got another piece of plastic right here on the edge. That's got to come off. Look at that. All right, Mitch, time to put you to work, my friend. We're going to need some handheld close-up shots for the fun that's about to begin. Yeah, if you want to grab, actually, we're not even using this one at all. And that'll probably be lighter and easier for you to just, you don't have to unplug anything. Okay, so while we're on the wide angle, let's get this CPU opened. I'm not even sure how this happens. There's a little notice that says, rip here. It wants me to rip it. Tear it up. Not gently remove, not cut along the dotted line. It says rip. Whoa. Ooh. Oh. We've got some kind of instructions here. What is this? Oh, special Go Faster stickers. Look at that. So if you put this on your Intel Core i3, no one will know the difference. I'm gonna take good care of that and put it over there. Inside, we have a screwdriver that's a Torx screwdriver. And the way this is going to work is they want you to tighten the screws down in a certain order to a specific torque setting that this driver cannot be adjusted for. It is set at one specific torque rating. And we're going to talk more about that in a minute. And then we have in here the bracket to hold everything down, I guess. My first time, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let me bring this up a little closer. It says on the back to unlock the power by turning this way. Oh. I wonder how much cheaper this would have been if they just would have put it in a cardboard box. That's what the inside looks like. You can make a lamp out of that. Now, within this, there's a little bracket that seems to be holding everything together. So let's just take that off of there, right like that. Then I guess you squeeze the sides? Is that what you do? You just squeeze this. Oh. Maybe I can make a good thumbnail for this. Big on. Stupid. Okay. I'm paranoid it's going to fall out and hit the ground. It would probably be just fine. It's just the idea that that's $1,000. How does this come out? Slide it straight out. You see this this orange frame? That is part of the CPU. You do not take that off. It's critical that it's there. You'll actually see this is 2 CPUs put together. Mark Cresswell's contributed £4.99. He says, thanks for the great videos and advice. Well, thank you, Mark, and thanks for your support. One more time, take another look at that before we cover it up with thermal goop. Ooh. Now, to give you an idea of how big this processor is, a normal Intel chip is about one-third the size. So this is about 2/3 bigger than a regular CPU you see me build with. It's ridiculously heavy too. But I'm just wondering if price per ounce, if gold is cheaper. I don't know. Something to think about. Anyway, let's grab that. We're gonna put Mitch to work, guys. Say, go Mitch, go Mitch.
So, should I get this settled and then hit the button, or hit the button and then move it? I don't want to shake the camera.
Well, go ahead and release the camera from the tripod. So hold on to put one hand on the camera. There you go. And you can adjust that to, well, it's going to be a little difficult with the plug in the way, but yeah, and then hit the trigger. Actually, I would just do it this way. We'll push the trigger and slide it out. And then go ahead and switch over whenever you're ready. Give him a minute here, folks. He's got a lot of buttons to choose from.
This is right.
Yes, that should be the right camera, and you got to make sure to turn off the other cameras. There you go. It's the action cam. All right, so let's see if you can get right over this area right here.
You'll have to be the eyes.
Bring it down a little bit. And we can zoom it just a little more. Let's see, where's my zoom? Right here. We're gonna go this way. Do me a favor, raise your arms up higher and tilt the camera straight down. That's pretty darn good. So this is our socket. And you'll see there are 3 screws. We've got one here, here, and here. And if you look very closely, they are numbered. So let me have you raise the camera up higher, 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 and point it more vertical. More.
The other way. Go.
You can actually hold it like this if it's any easier. There you go. And let's bring it right over here. And if we zoom in, I'm sorry guys, it's just going to take me a minute to get my orientation. Everything's backwards. You see how it says open, 3, 2, 1, right across here? That means they want you to take those screws out in that order to open it. If you do not follow this order, you could strip the screws out and ruin the socket. It is critical that you follow those steps. Let's back this off a little bit, and we're gonna move back. Nope, sorry, we're gonna move forward. It's so weird when everything's backwards. I'm still not used to that. We're gonna go back just a little more. Oh, that's a... Okay, I think we got it. Mitch is a human tripod, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and he also holds the camera. Sorry, I couldn't refuse it. All right, so we got to do 3, 2, 1, right? So that's 3. That one's got to come out first. And then 2. And then finally 1. But let's have you, let me have you bring it down a little bit. And let's go right there. Thank you. Now remember, it's a $1,000 CPU. Take your time, enjoy your build. Now this should just, as long as I loosened everything up properly, that'll spring right up like so. Let me go ahead and have you raise up a little bit. And let's have you go. So you see that this is what's come up here, right? And then if we bring this, let me tell you what, let me bring it to you. How about that? So let's go a little wider on that. And let's just bring it up just a little bit, right there. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the CPU that we've got here, right? Here's our, here's our CPU. You see where I'm holding it. You don't wanna be touching the bottom because you don't want your finger oils and any contamination on there. And let me just have you take just a little step back, and we're gonna put the CPU in to the track like this. I think. So do you see how that's being held in place? If you can, just kind of move the camera around. Let's see the front and the sides. There you go. See how that's gone in there? I thought there was another bracket, but I guess not. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. This doesn't look like the way I saw it on the videos, but there's a protective cover down here. This has to come off. There's over 4,000 little pins down here that are very easily damaged. So we can go ahead and remove this piece. Slide out the external cap before sliding in the center carrier frame. Slide out. I don't see a center. This does not seem to have whatever they're talking about. I'm confused. So up here at the top, you know, it shows, I see what the problem is. This does not go in here like this. I thought it felt wrong. See, I told you I never did this before. Now you can believe me. So right up here, can you see these two blue Let me bring the camera up just a little bit and bring it more sharply up and down. A little closer. Okay. These two blue items, these two blue buttons, I think... What do we do? Do we push on them? Yeah. You just kind of pull it forward, and this is the part I was looking for. I'm like, where is this part? And then go ahead and back up just a little bit. Right there's good. And now this centerpiece should just slide, should just come right out. I thought it slides out. There it goes, just like that. This goes in unlike any other CPU. I'm sure there's people right now in the chat room telling me how to do this, but I can't see you guys right now. I'm a little busy. Let me do it. Okay, we're gonna slide that. See, we got a real good. You're too dead on. Let's have you move that camera around. Let's get this in 3D. Come around. Yeah. Raise the camera up just a little bit. We're gonna slide that bad boy right in there. See that? Can you see? See how that didn't work at all? That did not work at all. Let's do it again because it was so much fun and I don't know what I'm doing. This should slide straight in. Ooh, that feels much better. And now it's not coming out. You see how it's, when I pull on it, it's being held in. Before, it just kind of fell out because I didn't quite have it in the track. Don't be shy with that camera. Let's get a nice 360 right around here. See that? See those delicate pins down in there? You definitely want to make sure you don't get anything touching those pins. Nothing, not even a piece of thread, especially not a piece of thread. All right, now let's go ahead and let's zoom you out just a little bit. Oh, you are zoomed out. You're just that close. All right, that looks pretty good. So I'm going to lower this. I still don't like this angle you're on. Let's do it this way. Let's go like that. Now I'm going to lower this down, and we're going to lock this back into position like it was by just pressing it down. Now that's locked in. You don't have to worry about which way does the CPU go in. Where's the little gold arrow? It only goes in one way, so that reduces that opportunity for you to misinterpret instructions. Although they do have little arrows pointing in that direction though, don't they? Right there and right there. And then finally we can bring the retention lever down. Now it's important, again, I can't stress this enough, that you tighten the screws down in the order that is instructed here, and it says right up here, close, 1, 2, 3. And up here at the top, this screw says 1. I don't know if you can get that on the camera. See if you can go straight up and down right now. And let me just have you move that this way. So right here, boy, I'm all turned around. There it is. So right up here it says close 1, 2, 3. This screw here is number 1. And now let's go ahead and move that so you guys can see better. We're going to tighten this screw down until the screwdriver clicks. That's going to be the torque being set. And you may have to push down a little bit on the retention lever to get that screw to bite. It's just not wanting to go in. Interesting, they do have the gold arrow there, don't they? It's right there. Well, it's not a gold arrow, but... Okay. And I don't know why this one... That one started without me. That was weird. Everything seems well seated. Sometimes, if you get a little frustrated with it, instead of forcing it, take it back out. And then reseat it again, just to make sure. And I want to avoid touching the top of the heat spreader because, again, oils on your skin can interfere with the thermal transfer from the heat of the, you know, we're trying to siphon the heat off of there into the cooler. If you do end up getting it touched and dirty, just get some rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip and clean it off before you put your heatsink on. There we go. It's biting now. So 1. This is number 3. This one's number 2 right here. And then finally, I can guess which one's number 3 because I am that smart and what's the word? I can predict the future. All right, I'm gonna go one more time around, make sure that it clicks. 1, 2, 3. Your Ryzen CPU is now installed. Oh, and let's give you a nice little view of that. 360 vision. Okay. Now, when it comes to installing the RAM, you'll see one side here of these retention levers opens, the other side does not open. Why is that? That's because if this side opened, it could hit your graphics card and prevent you from pulling your RAM in and out. Some motherboards still have the retention levers open on both sides, so it could vary depending on which board you're using, but most of the modern boards sold today, especially from quality manufacturers, are going to have the side closest to your graphics card will not open for that reason. So these stay, these are static, they don't move. Now we can begin to install our RAM. We're going to put 2 sticks of RAM on one side and 2 sticks of RAM on the other, but the question is, how do we know which of these to use? Now sometimes etched on the board you will see the sockets labeled, and if you look very closely on this board, they've done that. I'm not sure if you can pick that up, but I need you to go a little higher and tilt the camera straight up and down. And then we're going to zoom you all the way in, and we're going to, whoops, I think I just turned it off. Oh, here we go. Where is it? It's going to be really hard to pick up, but right here it says dim. In fact, it's so small I'm standing in front of it and I can't read it. So I'm going to refer to the motherboard manual here. So for right now, we're going to go back to the main camera. In fact, I'm going to switch you over. You stay there. There you go. And you can put that. We'll just set that back on the tripod for, or you can just hold it, whatever. Whatever you want to do. I need the motherboard manual, which will be in the motherboard box, which is what I'm sitting on, or the motherboard's sitting on that. So we'll move that over here. And we will get our booklet out. And what I'm interested in, I'll just come around here and we'll look at this together. What I am interested in is usually right up in the front of the book, right here. This is going to tell us which memory slots to use. Now it also has all the DIMM numbers labeled accordingly. And it's telling us, let's see. Obviously, make sure the computer is off. So there are 4 channels, channel A, channel B, channel C, and channel D. So if you're only using 2 RAM modules, you'll just use channel A. If you're using 4, you'll use channel A and B. If you're using 6, channel A, B, and C. And if you're using all 8, then you just fill them all up, all right? Not rocket science. So now if we look here on the instructions, and it tells us we're gonna wanna use the slots. So ooh, that's interesting. Now I'm confused. It shows DDR1 and 2 are right in line with each other. I'm used to them skipping, being like 1 and 3 and then 2 and 4. But this one shows channels A and B all being on one side. I thought we would put a pair on one side and a pair on the other side, but maybe I've just got too much Intel on the brain. It says, when installing the memory, make sure to begin with the second socket of each channel, such as using DDR4 2A and DDR4 2B. So we are going to skip a socket. So we're going to go, so according to these directions, we are going to skip the socket closest to the CPU. And we're going to go to the next one in and the last one. And we're going to do that on both sides, which is exactly the same as Intel. So we're going to use slots number, and again, I'm not sure how well you can read that. We are going to use exactly what it shows in this example right down here on the bottom where my finger is. We're using slots 2, 4, 6, and 8. 2, 4, 6, and 8. So when you look at the diagram, that means we're going to go the second slot away from the CPU and the one at the edge, and again on the other side, second slot away from the CPU and the edge. That's it. You can remove this confusion by just filling all of them up. Just spend another 600 bucks. All right, you ready to grab the handy cam?
You squeeze the handle to release?
No, the handle's for adjusting the tilt. There's a button, like a little trigger button, and then it should slide forward when you push the button in. Now there's absolutely no other use for this driver other than if you ever are going to need to take the CPU out. If you had your motherboard, you had to send it in for RMA or something like that. And
Ready?
Let's go to the close-up over here just for a minute. So here I've got the RAM.
Oh, close-up. Hit the close-up?
Yeah, hit the close-up and then turn off the center. There we go. And I'm going to make a little adjustment. That's my bad because I moved it. We're gonna go right over here like this. And okay, so here's the RAM right here. And I am going to open this up. Jimmy's excited. Jimmy's like, yeah, let's get that RAM. Most other dogs are interested in squirrels. Not my nerdy dog. So the reason I picked the RAM was because of how it's going to look. This is all RGB lighting across the top. And it's white to contrast with the black motherboard. All right, now let's go to the handheld camera.
Okay, so you hit right and turn the close-up off.
Yeah, look at that. You are getting it down.
Shaky cam.
It's all good. It's all good. All right, so let me just rotate this around, and I need you to be a little more vertical. And let's go this way first. Take one step back. Okay, here we go. So when you're taking your RAM out of the package, don't bend the RAM getting it out of the package. Bend the package instead. See, bend the package. And it'll be in there pretty tight. Now this RAM has a giant heat spreader on it, and it's okay to hold this anywhere along the heat spreader. You just want to avoid touching this contact area down here. It doesn't really matter where you start with. So I'm going to start right here on the end. You'll see there's a notch in the RAM, so it's going to line up with the notch here. It can only go in one direction. Now let me have you get down just a little bit. We're going to open all these retention levers up. You know what? If we do this, if I put this one in first, you won't be able to see me put the one in behind it, so we'll do the one behind it. That's going to line up like so, and I'm going to use my thumbs and push down one side and the other side. We'll take the other RAM module here, oriented in the same direction. We're going to skip this slot. We're using every other slot. Retention levers are open. Slide it straight into the track very gently. It should slide in without any force. Like so, and then thumb, thumb. There's 16 gigs of RAM installed. Now let me turn this around, and you can see it at a different angle, like this. Shiny. Do you like those special effects? CGI. That's Carrie's graphical something. Carrie's great some word that begins with I.
Intelligence interface.
No. It's something like effects. Carrie's great effects. Carrie's great eye effects. All right. Once again, same issue. We skip the slot closest to the CPU, and let's go to the rear slot first. Into the track, straight up and down into the track. Like so, thumb, thumb. And we have our last memory module. So we've got 8, 16, 24, 32. Thumb. No, it's not in straight. I don't have it in straight. Remember, don't force anything. It was not in the track. I thought it was. That's better. Thumb, thumb. Then I'm going to push these other retention levers up just to make sure that they don't get in the way. I screwed up. You see what I did here? I put it in the track closest to the CPU. See the difference? Look at the spacing. It's wrong. The system will still boot. It just won't operate optimally. Optimally. Okay, we want to be in this slot. Thumb, thumb. Now that is what it's supposed to look like. Ta-da! It's coming along, folks. It's coming along. Okay, I think we can go back to the center camera again. I'm still wondering what the heck this is for. I think this is for a different type of cooler. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll find out. Okay. Well, that's the expensive part done. What am I missing in the chat? Have I been missing anything going on here? Looks like somebody had made a contribution that I missed.
Scroll down.
Usually it displays down here at the bottom, but I don't see it. Superman G contributed $10 and says, hey, Carrie, I was able to make it for a short time. Enjoy this donation and the build. Ah, thank you for sharing that info with me and for the contribution. Sharon Idle says hello. Hello, Sharon. Douglas Biggers joins us as usual. James Razzo contributed $2. Thank you, Douglas, for letting me know. The Holzman Ripper cometh. Michael says hello from Amsterdam. Rob Gurley contributed $5. Thank you, Rob. Jeremy Stone says, hi, Carrie, from the UK. Awesome build. Thank you. Carrie, the cooler will be fun with that RAM. It shouldn't be a problem because we're using a water block, so we're not dealing with an air cooler where you might have any clearance issues. I'm saying should be. Should. I'm putting the emphasis on the word should. Carrie, your shirt matches the case colors, does it? It's kind of brown. It's not black, but okay, we'll go with it. Sure, why not? If you put this video in black and white, it'll match perfectly. 987 Computer says, what's up? Carrie, love your PC builds. Daniel says, greetings from Portugal. Neil Garrett says, love the Sunshine build. I like that, the Sunshine build. Yeah, it's the Sunshine build. All right. For those of you that are millennials and Generation Z that are watching us, let me welcome you by saying, hey, it's your boy Carrie coming at you. Never do that again? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Just trying to make everybody feel welcome. I just made everybody just a little more uncomfortable. Yeah, so I'm thinking these EK heat sinks aren't going to be used on this build, but let me show you what they look like and how they work. So here's a pretty simple idea.
When you're ready, I'll go to the close-up.
I'm going to take this right over to the camera, but we will need the close-up when we start putting the M.2s in. So what you've got is, this is the color nickel. And I'm just kind of seeing what we got in the package. So there's two halves here. There's a top and a bottom that are solid aluminum or something. I don't know what it's made of. Maybe it's nickel. How about that? I don't know if that's just the color or the material. You've got two thermal pads. One pad is thinner than the other. The thicker pad goes on top where all the chips are on your M.2 drive. Jimmy's having a little conversation over there. And you've got some clips that hold it all together. Now, some people think you should take the sticker off the top of the M.2 drive so you have direct contact with the thermal pads. But if you do that, you void your warranty on your M.2 drive. Now, if you've got an expensive, long warranted M.2 drive, like a 960 Pro from Samsung, you might not want to do that. I'm not sure how much a piece of sticker is going to actually interfere with your thermal transfer, but I'll leave that up to you. You can usually peel the sticker off pretty easily. It usually doesn't tear, and it shouldn't die anyway. But if it does, you'd probably need to reaffix it so that the manufacturer didn't know you removed it. Because in theory, I suppose this thermal tape could pull the sticker right off of it if you were to tape this down on top of it anyway. So There's not much to it. But if you don't have, if your motherboard does not have a heatsink built into it for your M.2, it's a neat little, relatively inexpensive, I think about 20 bucks, way to just make sure that your M.2 drive is running as cool as it can possibly run. Putting the heatsink on it won't void your warranty, but removing, so the sticker on top of the Samsung M.2 drive has your serial number on it. That's how they know if you're in warranty or not. Obviously, your thermal transfer will be optimal without having that sticker between the thermal pad and the chips on top. But again, I'm not quite sure how much of a difference it would really make ultimately. There's clearly going to be a benefit to having this regardless. Whether or not the benefit is any greater by removing the sticker, you'd have to test it to find out. But bear in mind that without the sticker, there's no warranty. That's how they know, based on a serial number, whether or not you're in warranty. So anyway, just food for thought. Now, personally, I've never seen an SSD drive go bad, so I'm not too worried about the warranty. The other reason I'm not worried about the warranty is because I'm not building this for anybody, right? So the only person that's going to inconvenience is me. So you decide what's right for you. If I was building it for a customer, different story. Now, speaking of M.2 drives, let's take one of these out of the box right now. Okay, so there's one. I was really excited to put one in, and to put two in is just crazy. And to put in three, that's just mad. And I can't emphasize this enough. This whole multi-camera setup would not have really been possible without a very generous contribution from Colin Hilton. I blew my mind somebody would be that generous. Okay, so I've got all three of the M.2s out there. And now it's a matter of figuring out where these M.2 drives go. I've got to guess one's going to go here, here, and here. That's going to be my guess. Now these M.2 drives, this is a size called 2280. It's about the size of a shape of a stick of gum. The reason it's called 2280 is it is 22 millimeters wide and 80 millimeters long. There are other sizes of M.2s. Generally, it's mostly the length that gets adapted, and the motherboard will support multiple lengths. I only use 2280s. They're the most common. So I'm not quite sure if in the future we might start using smaller drives. I don't know. But the motherboard will accommodate it. So let's go ahead and have, let's put Mitch back to work, and we'll get him back on the handheld. And we're going to start putting these M.2s in. M.2 drives are so easy to install. It's one of my favorite things to do, is to just put M.2s. I could do that all day. I could work on an assembly line and just put M.2 drives in, and I would be happy 8 hours a day. Just all right. Let's start over here. Let's have you point that down a little more, right there. Perfect. We're going to take this screw out right here. Wow, I didn't know this motherboard was this nice. I didn't even realize it's got like a little door. Look at that. And it's got a thermal pad already underneath of it. How cool is that? Now you'll see there's this position of this standoff can be moved. You'll see this one says 60 and that one says 42. So guess what that tells you? 42 millimeters long, 60 millimeters long, 80 millimeters long. We're using 80 millimeter. Everything is metal reinforced on this motherboard. Even the M.2 socket has a metal reinforcement. That's crazy. That's over-engineered, which I'm good with. Now let me just temporarily pick the board up because I have to get into the motherboard box. Oh, that motherboard's getting heavy. And I gotta find the little screws for the M.2 drive, which is in here somewhere. Sorry guys, just bear with me for a second. I'm trying. It's a little tiny bag. Ah, here it is. Okay. You'll notice when I'm picking the board up and placing it down, I don't wear an anti-static strap, but I always hold the board by the edges. And we should be, right there's our M.2 socket. These are the screws right here that come with the board. I guess you can use either these thumb screws, I'm guessing. I'm not quite sure why you would use those. All right, well, let's get this thing opened up. These are very, very tiny screws. Be very careful not to drop them on carpet, or you may have a heck of a time finding them again. A little trick is to put nylons over the end of a hose of a vacuum cleaner. That's a great way to find a contact lens or something very small in your carpeting, because it'll get stuck to the nylon hose. So this is a magnetic screwdriver. I'm using a different screwdriver because it's a very tiny screw. So it's got to be magnetic, or you'll drop it, or you could drop it, and good luck finding it. So that's all ready for me. I'm going to set it aside. I'm going to grab any one of these M.2s here. You see how the sticker is on top? You see how it tells me the serial number? That's what I'm talking about. So if you peel that sticker off, your thermal transfer will be better. So if we were to take an edge, people are like, don't do it, Carrie, don't do it. We would peel that up, and then that's where all your chips are. On the bottom, there's another sticker, but there's no chips under there, so we don't care about that. Too bad they didn't put the serial number information down here. That would have been better, so that way you could pull the sticker off. But I'm going to leave the sticker on, and this is just going to go in on an angle. Let's see if I can get you a better view here. Let's go in a little bit like this. So we're going to go in just like so. There's a, right here you see there's a slot, and there's a matching on the socket here. Let's see if we can get you right there. This is going to go in on a bit of an angle. And you push it in until those little gold fingers go away. And you see it, I always think this reminds me of a diving board. And then that's where a screw's going to go, just right there. It's going to hold this into position. So you don't have to make it real tight. It's just there to secure the drive so it doesn't wiggle itself out, or, you know, if you move the computer around, that it won't come loose. And then we can put the lid back on it, and we're going to peel the thermal, this protective cover from the thermal transfer heat, or heat transfer. And then this part goes in first. Any thoughts? There should be a little slot for that to fit in. And then we should be able to just tighten this right down on top.
No, because it's a screw. You need the standoff screw. See, you're trying to screw a screw into a screw.
Oh, I can't put a screw in a screw? They put a box in a box? I see. So if you're not going to use that, that's why they give you these little screws.
Yes.
See, it's a good thing you're here, Mitch,
Yeah.
because we could have blown the whole place up. And I'd be like, whoops. All right, so don't do it that way. But if we use this, isn't it going to not make contact with the... Wouldn't it be too tall?
I don't know.
I think I don't use either one.
Okay.
I think you don't use either one.
You just do that.
Yeah, I think you just...
Boom, boom.
This is a little bit of a challenge to get that in there. Yeah, I think we just go straight in.
That's it. My bad.
Let me have you just step back. Well, heck, that wasn't very difficult at all. I was making it much harder than it needed to be. But let me just go over here real quick. I want to read the chat room comments because somebody might be yelling at me right now. Everybody appears to be on board. I'm getting approvals. So now we're going to come around this side. Let me have you bring that camera up just like that. That's great. Thank you. And we're going to do this one. There's no particular order. I'm just picking them randomly. There's your motherboard battery that holds your BIOS date and time and your BIOS settings. This is in the wrong place. This is at 110 millimeter. We want it to be at 80. They don't really give us a tool to take that out. So I guess I'm going to be using some pliers. Hold on a minute. That has to stay there because I won't be able to put this back on without it. So that's what these are for. Now I can put the little standoff in number 80. Look at that. It's almost like I knew what I was doing. Does not have to be super tight or anything like that. Then we're going to grab the M.2 right here. Once again, it's going to go into the socket. And you're going to see those little gold fingers go away. Just like that. Now I can use the little tiny screw to secure that. It's all starting to make sense. We just happen to start with the smaller one. These are all longer, so they work differently.
Don't you want to put the heatsink on it?
Nope. You see this heatsink, you see how much longer it is?
Oh, yeah.
You see where that screw went?
Yeah.
Versus where this one's going to go?
Yep.
Can other people see that, what I'm showing you? Actually, let's bring the camera more vertical. So you see how much longer this one is? And so this screw was here, and this screw's way over here. So that's why when we use that one, that's good. We're going to take the tape off. And then we're going to put this right up in here. It's difficult to line that up. There it goes. And we're going to secure this down. Here I thought I was being smart by ordering those heat sinks. I guess when you buy a board of this level, it's just, you get what you pay for, right? I'm getting a little bit more. We're going to repeat this process here with the final M.2. Let me have you see if you can get the camera right over, very vertical, straight up and down, a little more towards me, right there. So watch this. I need to put the standoff in there. So that's going to go right here. Right there. Then I'm going to take the M.2. Watch these little gold fingers right here as they go in. I'm going to line that up with the socket. Push it straight in. Those little gold fingers go away. You'll see it's got the little bounce to it. Let me have you go back on more. We gotta give you a better angle here. Right there should be good. Bada boom. Peel the tape from the thermal tape. The tape off the thermal tape. Feels a bit redundant. There's a little groove this slides in somewhere, right there. Boom. Mic drop. Oh, it's a lapel mic. I guess I just throw myself on the floor. All right, guys. Let me switch the camera here. All right, what do we got going on? Ben DeCure says, here's $1.99. Love the build so far, Carrie. Enjoy. I'm jealous. Well, thank you, Ben. Ben's contributed quite a bit to the channel. I really appreciate your continued support. Yeah, so these little tiny, so I've got one little screw and one little standoff left. And I think I'm going to put one inside the other. And now it all makes sense. I totally get it. I think. Now we can put the water block on, or we can wait and do it after the board's been installed. I tend to like to wait till after the board's been installed. I'm just a glutton for punishment, I think, is what my problem is. But I don't want to lose that. So we're going to put that back in, just like so. And I don't need any more of this blue tape. This can all go away. That was a very pleasant surprise. I had no idea. I knew it had the M.2s, and the way they show a picture of the board online, these covers were removed so you could see the M.2 slots, which is what I was looking for. And here's what our board looks like right now. And it's got, this is the heaviest motherboard I've picked up in a long time. You know, the heavier it is, the better it is. That's what I always say. And now Mitch is teasing me. He's brought out a Coke, which is incredibly cruel. So I'm going to go in and grab myself a Coke. We're going to take a real quick break here, guys. We're going to take a little intermission, and we're going to come right back here in just a minute. All right, guys, sorry about that little break there. The microphone should be on. So what I was trying to show you, yeah, I see the audio is going across there. So I was trying to show you, if you click over here, and then right down in here, it shows contributions. Let me look through these contributions one more time. Ben DeCure contributed $1.99 and said, love the build so far. Carrie, enjoy, I'm jealous. Hat Rat contributed €2.50. Nothing better than building a PC just for fun. I agree, Hat Rat. Bob Barnes has contributed £5 and says, great build so far. Rob Gurley, $5. Mark Cresswell, £4.99. James Razzo, $2. Superman G, $10. That says, hey, Carrie, was able to make it for a short time. Enjoy this donation and the build. Fit Guy, €10. Dark at 1912011 contributed £20 and says, hey, Carrie, great live stream, love your videos. I think some of that was repeated, but they deserve repeating. So thanks again for your contributions. I had to go inside and succumb to my addiction, Coca-Cola. And if we scroll back over here, see what happens though, when you click over here, then you lose this, right? So it's important after you're done, you know, you put yourself back to chat and then bring OBS back up and we can see what's going on there. And we are hardly even using that camera, aren't we? Why is that camera off? What about that camera? That one's good. Close-up one is good. So we just have...
Did I accidentally turn off the moving one here?
Well, that should be this one. It should be the one on the left.
Yeah.
Did my battery die? What's going on over here? Oh, it's off.
It's on?
Why did it turn off?
Yeah, you had it on.
I think we got a bad battery. Well, we're not really using this one anyway, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I do have a spare battery, but I think we might need it over here first. So, you missed the slot in the dedicated heatsink. Did I miss it?
You missed the slot.
Let's double check it. You might be right. See, the problem sometimes is they get a better view of what I'm doing than I do. I'm going to put my Coke right where it can be spilled and fall and shatter, because that seems like a really good place. And I am going to grab my old man glasses. Let's take a look. Looks good to me. Not sure what they're talking about. If we turn it on and smoke comes out, then they were right. They're talking about the tab. I was just looking at the tab. One camera seems lower than 1080p. No, they're all at 1080p. I don't know what to tell you there. See what else they're saying. Forgot to tighten it down. Well, you have to tighten it down. It looks like it went below the tab slot. Yeah, it felt like it went below, but I'm looking at it with magnifying glasses, and it's definitely in the slot. In fact, and this is something you don't want to be assuming. You definitely want to make sure that it is in correctly. I don't actually think it's possible to put the tab in on top of the socket because it wouldn't seat all the way down, and there's just I just simply don't think it's possible to do that. The tab wouldn't go all the way in, as far as I know. I'm looking all over the board and it just looks absolutely perfect unless I have installed them all incorrectly, which is also possible. Let's grab that close-up camera and take a look at this. I think I might have actually installed them wrong. I think I can see what they're trying to explain to me. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. You definitely don't want to turn the machine on having that shorted out. There we go. So we're going to get real close here for you guys. Let's start. I want you to zoom in. Let's see, where are we? I want to go to this one. Okay, right there. Hold it right there. So for you guys at home, for you guys to see, there is a slot right at the end of my fingernail. And I think that's where that's supposed to go. And I've put it underneath that. So I'm going to unscrew this. And take it out. And it should be the slot right like that. That feels, it sounded better. See that? That's where that goes. Well, that's kind of a terrible design if they let me put it in wrong on all three of them. I mean, you should be protecting me from my stupidity. That's what the engineer is supposed to do. Let's do the same thing over here. If we look at this slot, yeah, right here. There is a little tiny slot right there. So I am going to now remove this. And when I take it out, if you listen really carefully, it does sound like it's grinding. And look at the groove marks I've got. That should not be possible. It shouldn't have hurt anything because we didn't power it on. So, you know, there's little connectors under there that... Okay, now let's do the last one, which is right here. Well, we'll find out if we heard anything, but if we did, that's where we want to be, right there. We know whose fault it was if we did. Oh, that's interesting. Why did the... Oh, that's right, because the the drive is going to go in here. Okay. Okay. And then this is going to go in the slot. That feels a lot better. Oh, we got no signal. Something happened. Did we lose the battery on that? Sorry, guys. We'll bring this back. I think we lost our battery. Well, we got spare batteries, guys. It's going to happen. Not a big deal. Yeah, Mitch, I think you're holding a dead camera. Do you see video on that camera at all?
No.
Yeah, I think either that or maybe, let's bring it in the shade here and let's take a quick look if we power that back on. Yeah, we got a bad battery.
So then this has to come off?
No, no, yes it does, because the battery slides out from the bottom. Sorry guys, we're just doing a little maintenance right here. Something we could have done on the break if we'd have known it needed to be done. We won't laugh if you wear your glasses. These glasses are just magnifying glasses, so if I wear them for looking at anything more than a foot away, isn't it a bit warm to be building a computer outside? It's 74 degrees outside today. It's beautiful. 74 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to hit 100 degrees by the weekend, so I think we're going to be pretty good. Mitch, we should have a battery right here, don't we? Or no?
Do we?
No, that's for the other camera. Is there another big battery like this in the kitchen? Yeah, that one will work. That'll do the job. So you want it with the... There you go. Perfect.
Is it?
But not put it in 3/4 of the way from the top. There you go, and then push it in, and then back and up.
Back and up.
Got it.
And then hit the power.
Mm-hmm. And then if we switch you back over, we should be. There we go. That'll make you nauseous. Okay, I'll wait till you get in position.
was this something
That came with the CPU, that little bracket. Yeah.
going there?
Yeah, we don't need that anymore. It was just that was packaging.
Like get in position and you switch it back. Okay.
All right. All right. Mitch is in position now. So again, what we're looking at, and I'm sure you guys caught that, but there's a little slot, and apparently you can shove that tab between. I didn't think you could. I thought that the length of the tab would prevent it from seating properly. How else do you know other than to make some mistakes? And when we make these mistakes, this is how we learn. This is not a devastating mistake, and I was pretty confident when I put them in that I didn't have to double check them, but because you guys in the chat room said something, you shook my confidence, which is a good thing. Hold on, let me get this. Sometimes overconfidence is your worst enemy. So you see this is where the two M.2s are coming together here. And it shouldn't have harmed anything. Again, we won't know until we power it on. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I suspect it's going to be just fine. These motherboards are far more durable than people than people online seem to think they're made of some sort of, I don't know, Fabergé egg or something. They're absolutely very durable, and if it proves me wrong, it proves me wrong. Nothing I can do about it. But I think, in all likelihood, it'll be fine. So, got our RAM installed. We've got our M.2 drives installed. We got our CPU installed, and now we can install the motherboard into the case. Now to do that, we're going to switch back over to a different camera. In fact, if you want, why don't we just have you hold it for a little while? Go ahead and take a couple steps back. Just watch the garbage on the floor here. And you should be fully wide on, yeah, that's great. That's a great camera view right there. Hold on a second, I'm going to see what's happening in chat. Samuel Ramos says it's 89 degrees Fahrenheit in New York today. Wow, New York and Phoenix are having very similar weather. A little cooler in New York. Irving T has contributed €2 and says, thanks Mitch for his camera. Oh, thank you Mitch for your camera work.
You're welcome.
All right. I want to remind everybody that all the parts we're using in today's build are listed in the video description below the video with links to everything. I'll put my glasses there. And let's go ahead and bring the case down, and we're going to lower it. Now here's where it's going to come in handy that I'm short and you're tall. It's good to always have a cameraman who's tall. Having a short cameraman, trust me, I know, it's not good. So let me have you step over closer to me, if you would, and bring that camera way, way up. And let's get a shot right down inside this case here. All right. That's pretty good, right? Just tilt it back just a little bit. All right, so inside of here, this is the part right up here that is going to contain all the I/O. So the motherboard's got to go in that direction. I got to make a real quick change over on the computer. You stay where you are, please. Let me give you a little slack on the cable. And let me go back to my OBS feed because the delay feed is driving me crazy. All right, let me have you move back and get this I/O shield down here.
Oh, from this angle?
Yeah, go ahead and step back a little bit and bring the camera down, 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 down. All right, so here's our I/O shield right here. And so when we put the motherboard in, we're gonna put the motherboard in the same way you put a pizza in a pizza box. You don't just drop that pizza straight down in the box, right? You kind of put it in on an angle, you get one side in. If you've ever, I mean, I don't know, maybe because I worked at a pizza place, but if you've ever seen somebody work at a pizza place, the pizza goes in on an angle. And so this motherboard, this is our pizza right here. And go ahead and take a few steps back. Let's get a, go ahead and stand back up, if you would, please. And just a little bit higher on the camera, a little more. Tilt the camera. Perfect, thank you. So I've got the board holding it by the edges. It's going to go in like a pizza. It's going to go in on that angle. We want to make sure before we put it in that we're going to have all the standoffs in the right place. So we count how many holes and kind of get an idea of where they are. I've got 3 across the front that's facing you. 3, no, just 2 in the middle. That's unusual. And then 3 across the back. Why is there only 2? Yeah. There's only 2 in the middle. There's not one up at the top where there usually is. That's the very first time I've ever seen that. Okay. So what I've got to do, if we bring the camera to aim straight down here, what I'm explaining are these standoffs. We've got one here, and one here. So these are the 3 that I said were closest to you guys. Then I said there were only 2 in the middle. There's this one, but not this one. That's really strange. So I'm going to take this out. This is a 5mm standoff. And we're just going to take that out. And we're going to keep it because if we ever change the motherboard in the future, every motherboard I've worked on in the last few years always uses that one. This one is an exception. And then we have 3 more. 1, 2, and 3. So I'm going to go ahead and put the board in now. We're going to put the board in on an angle, as I've been saying several times. And you want to put those I/O shields in, all the I/O ports into the shield first. And you'll push the board forward, and it'll actually lock right into position. You want to check and make sure nothing's blocking these ports, that they're all open, and that everything's poking through the holes, nothing's on an angle or obscured in any way. Well, I think that looks pretty good. What do you think? So now back into the motherboard box. If you just point that camera right over here, if you would, right over to me. Right inside the motherboard box, we're going to have, I'm sorry, it's not in the motherboard box. It's in the box that came with the case. It's going to have the screws inside of here that we're going to use to secure the board into position. Anything else in there? There's a little note about LED light strips. Oh, that's what those are. Okay. Instructions. And in here, apart from the nylon zip ties, we've got screws. And I'm looking for a coarse threaded short screw, which I think are these right here. These would be alternative screws for the power supply, which power supply came with some, which were also black. These are the thin screws which are typically used on DVD drives, memory card readers, SSDs maybe use those as well. We've got an extra thumb screw and an extra standoff, and we've got 4 coarse threaded black case fan screws, so we don't need any of that. So we'll just keep it all together for right now. It's very thoughtful they give you all these nylon zip ties when they already give you such great cable management options on this case. That's very thorough. I give them credit for that. Maybe I would just raise that camera up just a little bit. Thank you. All right. All right, so how many holes did I say I had? 3, 6, 8, minus 1 because of the post that sticks up in the center. So I need 7. So we're going to take 7 of these out of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the rest, these will also be used for any 3.5-inch drives. These are the screws that are used on mechanical drives, typically. And I'm going to be crazy, man. I'm going to use my electric driver here. Let's get you up, up, up. Very good, very good. Thank you. I'm going to start right here because this is real easy for me to get to. Normally you don't want to tighten these screws all the way down. You want to be able to shift the board a little bit. So it's best to start the screws. Just get them started. Magnetic screwdriver is always helpful. I'm going to go ahead and tighten them because I feel confident. So you know what that means. I'll probably be loosening them here in a second. Very good. This is a center post. That's what's holding the board into position for us. And finally, there's just 3 more to go. We've got this is a very difficult thing to film because you got to get down into these corners that are dark. One in the middle here. And finally, there's going to be one right down in that little groove. I don't know how well you can pick that up. That's it. Motherboard is installed. So I'm going to pick this back up, put it back on the Lazy Susan. Should get a good view of that. Keep stepping back, 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 back. Right there is good. Huh? That is some nerd pornography is what that is. Look at that. Nice. Thank you, Mitch. We're going to go back to widescreen. There we go. All right. And I will just put these spare screws back in here. Nylon zip tie back in there. And this can go back in here as well, since that goes with the, well, it goes with the motherboard, but that's all right. And the spare standoff, that can go with the other standoff, which was in one of these bags. There it is. Remember, it's a spare standoff today. It may not be a spare standoff when you go to change your board out in a few years to upgrade to whatever the Ryzen 4 Threadripper or something in the future. This case has some really cool magnetic LED lighting. I didn't really showcase this on the case, but way up here at the top, there's an LED strip already installed. And then they give you this, where is it? They give you this one right here. And you can put this wherever you want it, but the easiest thing to do with it So it's got a little plug there and a plug there. Oh, no. That's a male plug. I need a female plug. So we'll probably go to the other side. That's the female side. I don't know how they know which side the arrow goes to. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't even need that. That's like an extension cable. I don't remember how that came off. Oh, it was on this side, wasn't it? Anyway, the whole point I was trying to make is to show you how easy this is. There's a little connector right here, and you can plug this in, just like this. Am I on camera? Plug it in just like this, and then I think it's magnetized. I think it'll just stick. Yeah, just like it's right there, boom. So there's our other LED right inside. And there is tape on the back if you want to secure it, you know, or move it into a different position. So you've got this light strip here and that light strip there. And we'll figure out how to make them work and adjust them later. But I just wanted to get that out of the way because I thought it was really neat and thoughtful the way they did that. So this. Actually, I'm going to put these in here. Keep my OCD happy. This will go in the motherboard box. The screwdriver will go in there because it's only going to be used for that. This is the cover that you have to save if you ever have to send your motherboard in for warranty work. Documentation for the case can all go in there as well. That I don't need, that I don't need. The power cable can go in the motherboard box. Okay, we're good. What do we have left? We've got cabling, we've got the cooler, and we've got the graphics card. So I guess the next logical thing would be the cooler. Now, this is my first time using one of these Enermax coolers. I have no idea if this is an easy install, if this is a quality part. I don't know. Instructions, packing material. My eye! Cooling fans. Ooh, sexy cooling fans. They have nice little, let me bring these up close, I'll show you. Little anti-vibration dampeners. Kind of like the design of it. Kind of very macho looking. Okay, looks good. Turns out I'm not going to use these heat sinks, so let's get these out of the way because I'm just going to knock them over. I don't think we used... Do we use this? I don't know. Still not sure what this is for. Somebody in the chat will probably tell me. This is all of the... Let's see, we got thermal compound, power cables, thumb screws with springs. One of the biggest radiators I've ever seen in my life outside of my Mustang. Wow. Wow, that's gonna fit? Okay. Just set it down. Now this is silica gel, or desiccant. And it says, do not eat, throw away. So apparently everything that says do not eat, you can eat, but just don't eat this. And it says to throw it away, but it doesn't say how far. Here's the thing, guys. There's nothing poisonous. It's completely inert. It's a choking hazard. It'd probably give you an upset stomach. Probably a good idea not to eat it. I'm just one of those guys, when you tell me not to do something, I want to go and do exactly that. Oh, that's exactly what I need. I'll wash that down with a little Coke. Mmm. It needs salt. Ironic, isn't it? Ah. Thank you. All right. I guess it's okay to eat this. It doesn't say not to eat it. Hey, Lyle, do you want a box, boy? Here you go. It's for you. All right, it looks like I missed a contribution here. Let me step up and see what I've missed. There was a contribution. There it is. That's from Gainsey95, contributed 10 pounds and says, loving the build. Oh, thank you, Gainsey. Very kind, very generous. Okay. I am sure we are losing battery life here. So let's try and keep things moving along, Carrie. Focus, focus. All right, so how do we want to put this radiator in? I think this top comes off. Does it? Probably should read directions once in a while. I think, does it just come off? That's my LED strip up there. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. How cool is that? Thank you, Mitch. Now, you want to get it another level of cool? Up here on top, we've got 2 thumb screws that are hidden away from view. Let me take these 2 out. Wow, they're in there tight. There's one. Here's the other one. You want to see one of the coolest things? Oh, wait, there's 2 more. You know, for thumb screws, they feel like they've been cross-threaded. I mean, they're really in there tight. So there's one, and one more. Okay, this whole piece comes out. Just like our power supply had a frame around it, now we can mount the radiator outside of the case. Huh? 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 Right? I know. Ooh, even the radiator has little rubber anti-vibration pads. I've never seen that on a Corsair or NZXT before. And then we just line up the holes And I got to remember which way this went in. It's going to go in this way. So I actually want it to be like this, don't I? Or do I? I'm not sure anymore. Now I'm confused. Hold on a minute. This is always confusing. Did it go in this way? No, it went in this way. Okay, so if it's going to go in that way, and I want my pipes to be on this side, then I need to secure it like this. Yes? Yes. Yes, I do. So let me just set this precariously down and look in this bag that we have here for what should be some shallow screws. Okay, well, these shallow screws are much longer than the ones from Corsair and NZXT, which is a good change of pace. Oh, no, got a straggler. How many do I need? 2, 4, I mean, theoretically, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So I got 2, 4, 5, 7, wait. 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 holes, 12 screws. Sounds right to me. Okay. Shall we do a close-up? Obviously, we don't need to use all 12, but it isn't going to hurt to use them, so why not? Let's go to... That's right, it's the right camera, isn't it? Oh, wait a minute, we're not getting a feed here. Oh, I see what happened. So if you accidentally hit this button right here, it switches to playback mode. Now we should be golden. And let's go to the right. Yeah, we're rocking and rolling now. See if you can step around here so everybody can see what I'm seeing. So here's the radiator. And its gravity is just kind of holding this in place for me, which is, thank you, gravity. That was, usually gravity is not kind. And as soon as I complimented it, it made me look like a fool. Can you hold that for me? And basically, when you're putting your radiator in, the best thing you can do is just do an opposite corner so that you don't have to keep holding it. So we're going to not tighten it down. We're just going to get them started so we can slide the radiator forward and back as needed. In my experience, the electric screwdriver can actually bust the heads off of these screws. So I'll be turning these by hand. That's a lesson I only needed to learn 3 times. I'm a slow learner. See, like, you wouldn't need to put all 4 of those. That's ridiculous. But this is a ridiculous build, so it seems to go right along with the theme. I see a little imperfection in the fin right out of the box. I didn't do it. Okay, here's number 11. And we're down to number 12, last but not least. Okay, so here we can make any adjustments now to slide this forward or back. That's pretty much right in the middle. So I think that's where I'm gonna keep it. We'll do opposites. This does not have to be super tight. You just pretty much go till the screw gives you some resistance. Maybe give it another little quarter turn after that. But I like this rubber piece they've got running along, because that should make it run silent. A lot of the noise you hear in a computer is a moving part like a fan or a hard drive, and it can be vibrating within the case. In fact, I was experiencing that when I put the Ryzen 7 system together. The mechanical drive in its cage seems to be having some strange vibration issue that if I just simply touch it, the vibration goes away, and then a few minutes later it just sort of comes back. And I haven't had a chance really to look at it. I did learn that you can turn that Ryzen 7 RGB fan around. I didn't think you could, but you can. But it's really difficult. You've got to get a screwdriver on an angle, and you can... I already tried messing with it, and I was really scratching up the sides really bad. I'd have to pull the whole motherboard out. So I thought, you know what? It's not that important. Okay, now we can put the fans on. So to put the fans on, let me think about this once again. This is going to go in... It should go in like this. We'll do a little test fit. Actually, I don't have to do it perfect right now. We'll just bring it down through the center. Let me make sure that's the right direction. It is. It is. So far I'm doing well. Very good, very good. So since this part here is going to be facing the back, I want all my fan cables to come out this side right here. So when I flip this away from me, I want these fans, so when we look at these fans, you see these support brackets? This indicates that the air is coming out this way. You see on this side where the center turns, that's where air is being sucked in. And it looks like there's a little plastic, or am I imagining that? I guess we're okay. So what I want to do when I put these in is I want to be sucking air in from inside of the case and blowing it out through the top. And I want my power cable, which has a little cable control right here. I want it to come out just like this. We're going to put that one right there. So over here, we've got all the spare screws and everything. This is everything that came with the radiator. And these long screws with what's called a shoulder, those are for your fans. Very important you don't do any cross threading here. The radiator is generally made of a soft material. See, Mitch, I told you I had fans.
That's good.
I got big fans, I got little fans, I got loud fans, I got quiet fans.
And lighted fans.
I got fans with blades. D-lighted fans. I've got ceiling fans. I'm telling you, man. Doesn't believe me. Should I put those two together like that, or should I space it out like that? Looks like we've got a little place for the cable to go right in there. Do you see that notch? Can you see that? bring the camera up. So we got a little cable management. We got a hole right there. So if we can use that one or that one to go into that little slot. So if I were to put this on the other side, I give myself more room on this side. So that's where we're going to put it. And for those of you who say, but the logos aren't straight, don't worry, that turns. There. There. Keep people with OCD happy. Those people actually have CDO, they alphabetize it. You've heard all these jokes before, haven't you? It's a tough crowd.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. They're just not funny. Thanks, I'll be here all week. All right. Very important you do not over tighten the screws on the fan. The tighter they are, the more likely you are to have vibration. Although it will be very difficult between, but you see how the screw is digging right in? Do you see that? I can keep tightening that screw. It'll just keep digging into that. So I've tightened that too far. What I'm doing is I'm feeling until the screw starts to dig into that the rubber there, and I just back it off just a little bit. You can actually start to feel the rubber starting to push itself out. Okay, last one. And we can put that one on that way, or, you know what, we're just going to keep them all the same because it keeps the OCD happy. Just put that there. I know there's plastic on here. I can see it. There's got to be a piece of plastic that's coming up. It's driving me nuts. Come on. Well, I think I'm ruining it. I'm just going to leave it. It sure looks to me like there's little bubbles in there. You see them? And no one's ever going to see it. It doesn't matter, Carrie. Let it go. Let it go, man. Let it go. It's still a little too tight. I can see the rubber bulging on it. There it goes. A little better. I think that looks pretty good. I like it. I'm going to take these wire ties off of here. Remember, you don't want any wire in your computer, even this stuff. This will get dry and brittle and it'll fall apart and it'll have a piece of metal floating around inside of your system, which may short something out in time. Could be years from now. So just get rid of it. If you want to clean up your wiring, use nylon zip ties or Velcro ties. Get these little pieces of wire out of there. Now we should be able to just take this and this. We could bring this in on this side. Wow, that's a big water block. Come on, work with me. I just think it'll look better if we do it that way. And then this can sit right back down where it was, making sure that we use those wire loops, which I may have misjudged. Or maybe not. Let's see. Bring this one out, this one out. Where's my other one? Right here. I'm not sure if that's how I'm supposed to do it or not. We're going to find out here in just a second. Nope, can't do it that way. So these little cutouts that I thought were for the wiring, that is for wiring, just not for these fans, because then the fan cables will get they'll get pinched. So the fan cables are going to have to run right underneath the motherboard, or just above the motherboard rather. I'm not sure if you can pick that up or not, but right up into this groove right here. We're just going to go ahead and feed those on through right now. Also, while you've got the camera there, Mitch, can you see this box right here? That box is controlling our RGB lighting. That's what that's for. You don't normally see that in a computer case. That's proprietary to this case. Do you see how that just went back in? Did you catch that? If you get the camera up a little higher. This whole piece just drops right in. There's little notches and grooves that it fits in. And then we'll use those 4 thumb screws to secure it back into position. There were 2 that went on this side. One's going right there. There should be one left. Somewhere I have a thumb screw. Where did I? There it is. And that one's gonna go right here. Definitely one of the easiest cases to install a radiator in. And that's, what more could you ask for? Look at that. Here, I'll bring it to you. Huh? Pretty nice. Wow, that case is getting heavy. All right, we're gonna go back over to the main here for a minute. I'm gonna talk to the crowd. All right. That was actually kind of fun. I am stepping on everything here. Oh, see sonic power supply instructions. You better keep that. Thank you. All right, guys, so I'm going to just look over here in the chat and see what I've been missing. Ian DeWar contributed £9.99, says, keep up the good work, guys. Silverfox575 has contributed $15 and says, thanks for the vids. All right, now let's see what comments you guys were making while I was too far away to read while I was putting the radiator in. Patrick says that radiator would cool a Mack truck. That's where I took it from. Your water cooler tabs are under the bracket. Yes, that's where I wanted them. Are the hoses going to clear the optical and card reader bays? This case has no front ports. You see the front of the case is completely solid. So if you want to add an optical drive or a card reader, you'll have to do it with USB. The fans are going to hit the memory. I don't think so. Did they? Let's take a look. I didn't feel any resistance at all. We have a good inch or more clearance between the top of the memory and the bottom of the fan. Lots of room. What else? See what else you guys are saying. You have a leak. Yes, it's the fountain behind me. Cooler pipes are in front of the donor list panel. Yeah, I suppose I could route them behind. Is that what you guys are saying? That would probably look better, huh? I agree. I can change that. I don't have to move the radiator. I just have to move the water block a little bit. That's not bad. Perry says it's a gorgeous case, Carrie. Yeah, and take a look at the builder, huh? Haba haba. One of the mystery cables in the motherboard box might be a temperature sensing thermocouple. My Asus X399 board has one. Yeah, they look like temperature sensors. That's from Daryl Holes. What thermal paste used for the TR4? Whatever it came with, we'll get there. We haven't gotten there yet. Is the RAM in the right slots? We don't use the slot closest to the CPU on each side. So we're going to use the slot at the very far edges, which is what we've done. You skip a slot, which is what we've done. You use the next slot, which is what we've done, and you have the spare slot closest to the CPU on each side. That is perfectly installed. Okay, now I have no idea how this water block goes on. So that's going to be my challenge. Enermax has included a small tube of thermal compound here, which I'm guessing means they didn't give us some pre-applied on the bottom. Nope. This piece of plastic can come off. Okay. With the sun behind the clouds, the weather's great. And now that I've set it, what a horrible package this is in. Okay, so this is just what is included with the radiator, and that's an Enermax branded. Yeah, would you please? This is an Enermax branded thermal compound. Now, in my experience and in my testing, the thermal compounds rarely make much of a difference. So if you want to spend $15, $30 on a little tube of thermal compound, you might see a difference of, at the most, 3 degrees Celsius, versus if you bought, let's say, some cheap thermal compound for $1. So the difference between the $1 and the $30 is, at the most, 3 degrees Celsius. Sometimes it's even worse with the expensive stuff, depending on how you applied it, what kind of chip you've got, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to use what the manufacturer included. They've intended you to use this. It's designed for this, and that's what we're going to use. Now, how does it install? That's the question. Do I have to put any special brackets on? I must have to do something. I see we've got these small posts, which I'm going to guess have to go in here. I'm just guessing, but I think that goes in just like that. Are we catching this? I'm going to put this one in right down here. And I got another one. There's a long end and a short end on these. Let me bring them up and I'll show you what I'm doing. So around the socket, you see there's a long end and a short end. We put the short end right up here into these existing holes, and you'll see the holes on the bottom are further apart than the holes on the top, so it's not a perfect square, which means of course that you'll only have to put this, you can only put this on in one particular direction, and in this case it'll be with the Enermax logo up because these holes are further apart than these holes up here on the top. And we'll get you guys a close-up here in just a second. Let me just get this final one in here. Now, with regards to these water cooling pipes, whether or not they run in front of or behind this panel, there's a couple different ways we can resolve that. One could be to take this is really just for looks. It doesn't really do much, as far as I know, but I like the way it looks. And we can just take out one screw right up here at the top. And one screw down here on the bottom. I think. There it is. There's one. Am I being held in somewhere else? Yeah, I think there's one behind it. But I may not need to move it, actually. That may be all I needed to do, was just run that behind. What do you think? Is that going to look better? I think so. I think it does. So I didn't need to take this bottom one out after all. I just needed to take the top one out. So there's that. Okay. I'm going to lay the case flat. This we're not going to use. All right, I need to get my thermal compound spreader. This is a proprietary tool, which many of you may have laying around the house, and it's a great way to evenly apply thermal compound. Did you see it for the half a second I just showed it to you? All right, let's go to a close-up camera here. We running? Okay, here we go. And what I'm going to do is we are going to perfect. Actually, just take a little step, or just tilt it a little more towards you. Oh, sorry, towards me. That looks good. We're going to take some thermal compound here. Not exactly sure how much. We're going to need a lot of it to cover. Basically, what we're looking to do is paint. Think of it like paint. We don't want it so thick and runny that it's going to drip, but we want to cover the entire surface of this heat spreader. Geez, I think it's going to use that whole tube. And I'm using the tape as a way to just evenly apply the thermal compound without making a mess. And I want to make sure the entire surface of this heat spreader is covered for the maximum heat transfer. Boy, we're real close, real close. Just need a little bit more over on this side. Sometimes putting on too much is worse than putting on too little. It looks like we're going to use almost that whole tube. I've never had a CPU so big that it took that much thermal compound just for a nice thin coat.
How's the shot looking? I can't see.
What's that?
How's the shot looking?
You're on it. You are on it. Oops. So the idea behind this method is to not make a mess. Anyway, that's about as good as we're going to get it, I think. You can just keep filming there for a second. I got to get this mess off of my hands. I swear I have never used an entire tube of thermal compound. Usually I can do 4 CPUs with a standard bottle or syringe of thermal compound. And I don't have to clean this stuff up off the edges. No one's going to see it anyway, but it's just the way I am. Be glad you don't live with me. Doesn't have to be perfect. It does, but it doesn't. Okay. Now, here comes the fun part. Here's our water block. It's got a piece of plastic covering the bottom. And we've kept that on this whole time so it prevents this from getting scratched or contaminated with dust, fingerprints, etc. So we're going to take that off of there. And then we need to orient this in the proper direction, which is going to be like so. And we're going to seat it straight on over those screws I just put in, those standoffs. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. Come on. And now we want to secure with these screws that have the little springs on them. We're going to get these started. Because they have springs on them, you might have to push down just a little bit. And you definitely only want to get these started. This is the part that's crucial, that much like the CPU installation where you had to tighten the screws in a certain order, with these you want to make sure that you use opposite corners so that you don't end up having a little gap of warpage where the two surfaces meet. You want those surfaces completely flush equally across the entire surface. You don't want to have one side up higher than the other. And so the way you do that is you simply start all of these screws together. And why I saved the toughest one for last, I should have started in this corner because it's a tight corner. There we go. Now I can take this one down much further now. Then I can bring the opposite corner down much further now. And same with the others. So I'm going to go back to the opposite corner. opposite corner. You want to turn them until they won't turn anymore. But if you try and over tighten them, you could snap them right off. I think you need to bring it up a little bit more. Sorry guys if you were missing that. My apologies. So again, we're just going to do opposite corners here. Sometimes you find when you tighten one side up, the other side loosens. At this point, I'm probably over tightening, so I don't want to go any further. This is just going to keep the system happy with regards to pump speed. So we're going to plug this into the CPU fan header, which I'm guessing, yeah, it says CPU optional. It says fan pump. I guess we can plug it into where it says pump. So that's going to go on. Again, this is a difficult thing to film.
Yeah, I can't see.
Yeah, you're pretty much on it. I mean, as good as you're going to be able to get it. I can barely see it myself. But right there. So this is the fan pump header. That's if you've got an all-in-one pump. Next to it is the fan optional. That would be like a secondary fan, like on each side of a Hyper 212 Evo, for example. And then the white one is your typical CPU header for a traditional fan. Now, usually you can use either the water pump header or the fan header equally. In some motherboards, you don't have a pump header, so you would only use the CPU fan. It's supposed to trick the motherboard into thinking how many RPMs your fan is spinning, so some systems won't boot up if they don't detect a CPU fan. And then, let's see, what are we missing? How do the fans plug in? I don't know. Let's bring this back up. Oh my gosh, it's getting heavy. Well, it looks like Enermax wants you to run off. What do they give us here? Oh. Okay. So we're going to plug one of these into the motherboard, and these fans, let's see if you can get this shot here. Let me step around so you can see. This is a fan splitter. And I guess it doesn't really matter. Just plug any of the fans into the available headers. There's one. We got 3 fans here. There's 2. One and 2 and 3. And then this one is a little different than the others. That can plug straight onto the motherboard. So we're going to run that right back out and through here. And I'm going to just go ahead and plug it into CPU optional. Sure, why not? That sounds good to me. Again, a difficult thing to film. I can barely see it, and when I put my hands on it, it's going to cover any view you might have, but I can show you here in just a minute once it's in place. Now this can go on any fan header on the board. I'm choosing the CPU optional because it's up high and out of the way. I don't want to, have to cable it all the way down here at the bottom. Could run into a cable length issue. I'm going to worry about that cable management a little bit later. It's not my first concern at the moment. All right, so that's what the inside is looking like now. That's it. That's an easy water block to install because I'm used to like the Corsairs and the NZXT water blocks where you've got a separate power feed coming off to power the fans through the software. Then you'll have a USB cable that controls the, so the software can control the hardware. And with this, obviously, there's not going to be any software involved. It's just going to run. It just takes power and runs. So you can enjoy the elegance of its simplicity. And then they've given us, right here, if you look, they've given us a Molex to fan header just in case you don't have any available fan headers on your motherboard or you don't want to use it. You can feed directly off the power supply with a Molex, then feed your fan splitter there, and then feed your fans off of that. But we're not using that, so it'll go into the motherboard box with all the other parts we're not using. We still have motherboard power to hook up, so why don't we get that out of the way. This is the cabling kit I bought, which is totally optional, very expensive. I think this was $70. But you get what you pay for. I mean, they basically just sent us a bunch of different types of cables. Why they packaged it like this, as though we were buying individual cables, is weird. But what do I know? This looks like our main motherboard cable. Ooh, pretty. All right. All right, so we're going to test out Mitch's camera skills here. This has got to go into the back of the power supply, and the problem is now I have already screwed the power supply in and I can't get my hands in there. So I need to take the power supply back out. We're going to take these, at least they made it easy, right? We're going to take these 4 thumb screws back out. Oh, and they stay captured. Look at that. That's nice, so you don't have to lose them or put them down. It captures them. And we'll just push the power supply back out. Now, let's see if you can get a good angle on this. So here's all of our available ports. And you'll find many of these plugs only plug into one place. So if the plug fits, you've got it in the right spot. So that's going to be our main motherboard power right there and right there. Then we're going to need, in addition to that, when I look at the board, I see that we have a 4-pin and an 8-pin. I think you use one or the other. You don't usually use them both. I don't think it hurts if you use them both. Let me just set that down for a minute. Let's look for the 8-pin. That's the 24-pin. We're done with that. I think this is the one we want right here. Yeah, CPU 4+4 pin. That's what we want. See, it says it right down there. CPU 4+4 pin. And then I'm going to step over here. I got to get to the other side of the table. And back at the end of the power supply, we look for one that says CPU right up there. It says CPU or PCI-E. It also says it down here. And then all of these over here are going to be for like if you have a Molex connector, peripherals, hard drives, DVD drives, SATA drives, SSDs, etc. That's what all these for. You'll see they're all, these are 6 pins, these are 8 pins, these are also 8 pins, but they're all the same. So we can plug into any of these 5. I want to keep all my cabling as close together just to keep it as clean looking as possible. And one side, so one side of this cable has a split in it, even though it's 8 pins on both sides. The side that won't split is the side that goes into the power supply. And if you look at the other end of this cable, you see that little, there's a clip on it. So you can make it into 2 4s. Some motherboards only need a 4, some motherboards need an 8. This motherboard offers both for some strange reason. I think that's all we're going to need. If not, I can pull this back out. So this is going to go back in. Just going to pull that slack through for right now. And I'm not going to tighten this down because I might be pulling it back out again in a minute. But I don't want it to fall out either. All right. The lighting in this video should be very interesting as the sun keeps going up and getting covered by the clouds keep covering up the sun. Now, to put the motherboard power in, we should be able to just run it right back here behind this. Did I say the word should? All right, can you get in there? Can you see that? That one's on. I'll have to figure out how I'm going to do this. Slack is kind of weird. And there are cable combs included, so we can really make this look pretty when we're done. But we're getting so close to power on self-test. I'm starting to feel excited, and I'm starting to get into a little bit of a hurry. That is usually when you're going to make your mistakes. I can't help it though. Just want it to look a little prettier. Good enough for right now. And now we've got the 8-pin. We're going to bring that right up. I don't know, well, you can see that right up in the top here. And we've got an 8-pin and a 4-pin. I think you only use one or the other. I'm not certain. This would have been easier with the RAM out. I'm sorry you guys aren't going to be able to see this because I can barely see it. Give me just a second and I'll have it ready. There we go. I don't need it over my RAM.
Can you see it?
Yeah, you got it. Looks good, looks good. And at this point, I am going to have to pull the power supply back out because I'm going to have to run power to the graphics card. But let's get the graphics card installed. I'm going to go back to the wide camera. We'll give Mitch a break. And if you want, you can even cut the power to save the battery on that one because I think we're going to be running out here really soon. Okay, all this looks good. I can't believe I used almost an entire tube of that thermal compound. That's just crazy. Graphics card. We're going to be right back into this box here in a second. You know what? Let me hand these to you just so I don't scratch them up. Thanks. Hey, silica gel. I don't know why boxes how come they open so easily and are so difficult to put stuff back in them again? Somebody explain that to me, please. Okay, here we go. Radeon RX Vega. This card weighs, I can do curls with this thing. Oh yeah, feel the burn. No. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. Now with added lead. That is a beast. All right, anything else in here that we need? What's this? Oh, it's a support bracket. Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. Which one of you guys is coming over to clean my yard? No one? No one? I guess it's really bugging me.
Let it go.
I know, just let it go, right? I'm gonna ruin it. It's like picking at a scab. How does that bracket go on? I'm intrigued. It's got teeth on it and everything. I'll give you guys a close-up of this card. Oh, do 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 do. It's got a nice back plate on there. Is it a triple slot? Well, no, it's only a dual slot as far as the retention bracket goes. But will it cover up the space of a third slot? It looks like it will, but that's usually the case. But there is NVIDIA makes a card, or somebody makes an NVIDIA reference, not a reference, but based on an NVIDIA card that actually has 3. This one's got the standard 2, but it is thick, so it will cover the slot directly below it, for sure. Generally, I don't like to use the slot directly below a graphics card because it's drawing in the air. So once again, just like the power supply, it's going to draw the air in off these 3 fans from the inside of the case, and it's going to blow it out through these vent holes right here. What'd you call me? Vent hole. All right. Keep your pants on. And it looks like it's going to consume the most amount of power. It's got 2 8-pin power plugs. Usually I see an 8-pin and a 6-pin, or just a 6-pin or just an 8-pin. I think if they had a 10-pin, they'd add that too. Okay, well, looks good, looks good. Whoops. That's just a camera, it'll be fine. Let me just do a little garbage cleanup. Where's the carpet? Just sweep that right under the rug. It'll be fine. We can put that top back on. You still have, can you bring me the, would you bring me the top? Because I don't think we need to be up here anymore. And we'll just pop that bad boy right back into position. Thank you, sir. That's it. Looking good, looking good. All right, so where's this gonna go? Will it fit there? Whew. Holy smokes. Wow. That's as close as you can cut it. Wow. All right. Well, I mean, apparently that's the way they designed it. So, looks like we'll be taking out the top 2 PCI Express covers here.
I think the retention bracket takes a third slot.
I'm not even sure how that retention bracket works. Probably something I should look into right now, huh?
Yeah. Because you're going to need it.
Probably should use it. based on the weight of that card. Let's see what it says here. There's a couple of screws. Huh, is the retention bracket supposed to be heavy too? Okay. Says nothing. All right, guys, I'm coming back in just a minute. We just had a battery die on us, so hang in there. Wow, what happened here? It totally tilted on me.
Oh yeah, the one foot's not on the ground.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
That'll do it.
Probably should change the battery out on that one while we're at it. I'm gonna just hold off on everything for right now. Let's go back to the main camera feed. They should be hearing me.
Center? Did you turn it on?
Yeah, we should be good. Oh, and when I moved it, I guess I really knocked it out of position. Let's see, I think that looks good right there, huh?
Yeah.
All right, guys, so I am running completely off batteries out here, and I get about 4 hours out of these batteries. Looks like my older batteries, I'm only getting 2 hours out of what used to be a 4-hour battery, so they're not aging well. But that's what happened. You know when the batteries go because, well, at least on the main camera, the audio goes with it. So I haven't done anything. I pretty much noticed it right when it happened. We haven't put the graphics card in yet. So you haven't missed anything. I don't want this down here. I want that in the bags. Throw that in there. Okay, so I was looking to see how this installs. I have never installed a graphics card that required a retention bracket, but I can tell from the weight of it why it's required. Just picking up some of my user manuals that I threw for comedic effect. Here we go. Here's the instructions for this. Okay, put in the card. Oh, I see. So you put the card in first, but you don't secure it. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that retention lever is open before you put your graphics card in. I'm going to line that up, push it straight on, and I just heard it lock. Now, whew, the table's tilting forward from the weight of this. Now we're going to take this and these screws that it came with, and there's a little screw here that you can push in, and this whole thing slides and locks. To adjust to whatever graphics card. And then you see this slot here. This is going to align with the two securing slots that you normally would put in right now to lock your video card in, but before you do that, we're going to put this in first. So this is going to go like this. Wow. Holy smokes. I'm so confused. Do you just run this all the way to the outside? Trying to figure out what's the point. Well, I guess it's designed for a number of different graphics cards. In this case, you just want to make sure that the rubber top of this is hitting the bottom of the graphics card to support it. And so what I'm going to do now is I actually have to take out a couple more of these thumb screws because of the size of the support bracket. But we're going to leave those covers in place. Let's take a look if that's going to be enough. No, I got to take out a fourth one. So I'm taking out 4 thumb screws. That's the equivalent of 4 PCI slots, which we will not be able, well, I suppose we could still use those slots. You just have to put in, you'd have to take the bracket out, put whatever device you want in there, and then put the bracket back. It adds an extra step. Okay. Now this bracket will go in like so. And we're only going to be able to put 3 of these thumb screws back in because the corner of the bracket is going to block the installation of the, excuse me, of the 4th thumb screw. Can you see that okay from where you're sitting, Mitch? Is it showing up on video?
Yeah, I mean, I better to be close.
Yeah, let's grab a close-up on this. This is very odd, very different. You're gonna need to turn it back on.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna switch over to the close-up camera. There we go. Yes, it would be better if we laid the case flat to do this, but you guys won't be able to see very good. So it's okay, it can sag a little bit because I'm gonna lift it up when I put the screws in it. And obviously when we go to put everybody's name on here, we're gonna put people's names on this white part that goes down, all the contributors. But we're not gonna put their names behind. I mean, what's the point of that? So someone had mentioned that. So if you look here, what we're gonna do, so we're going to bring this, see this slot here? That's going to line up there. And this rubber top, as long as it makes contact with anywhere on the bottom, are we picking that up?
Yeah.
And that's how it's got to go in. So I'm going to start I'm lifting up on the CPU, I mean on the GPU, my bad. Throwing around so many acronyms and anagrams, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. And my PCI slot now there's nothing to hold that in there, so I've got to be a little creative. There it goes. So there's one. There's 2. Whoops. Wow, so there's actually 2 thumb screws I can't put back in. I thought there was going to be room for that third one, but I was wrong. It's hard to believe that really does anything. Doesn't seem to do much. See the back. See how that's crooked? There we go. Not much I can do there. It kind of sucks. I can't put the thumb screw back in it. It's just, it's how they made it, I guess. That stinks. So these brackets here are going to be a little loose. You see that? Because there's nothing to secure them anymore. Really? You paid $750 for a graphics card that won't even install without compromising and disrespecting the potential for other hardware to go into those PCI Express slots? That's not cool. This is what I get for moving away from NVIDIA. No, I better not say that. It could be a very good card. I guess as long as it performs well, that's all that matters, right? Sure, we'll go with that. All right, so I need 2 8-pin power plugs. Go back to the we're going to have a lot of extra cables. Okay, so here should be what we need. Do you think that's supposed to be made like that? I'm confused.
Is there not a third hole right here that you could put another thumb screw, or that won't?
What's going on here? Can you see this? How did this happen? Is this one of those puzzles you're supposed to... What the heck? Somebody bought... Maybe they do that on purpose. You know why? Because these are split. I think they do that on purpose. But that was a real cheap way to... Can you see that okay? Are you seeing it?
Yeah.
That is profoundly upsetting. We're going to put that one on right there. I guess I got to go to the other side. See how the clip is kind of on one edge? That's going to become the middle. See that? That's how you know which side that 2-pin connector goes on. Are we seeing it? Can you get up a little higher? Maybe come in from the top? A little higher up. Yeah, like that. There we go. So there's one. So it's just weird the way that they wove those cables like that. It seems unnecessarily... you see, we're going to piece these two together so that that clip will be in the middle. Then that's going to go on just like that. Yeah, we might be able to squeeze, if you look in here, there's like a third hole, but the problem, well, there's one here.
And there's one there.
Yeah, but it's... If I lower this bracket to get to that third hole, I cover the fourth one. If I raise the bracket to get to the fourth one, I cover the third one.
Okay.
So I'm kind of in the middle, and I can't get to either one at this point. I'm going to go right up through here, I think will be the best way. Into the back of the power supply. I think we can just go right here. So we're just going to use all of the top of the power supply. See that? Now, I'm going to clean up this cable management later. I don't think any of the fans are the fans plugged in? Oh, they are plugged in. Okay. You know what, Mitch? It's time to do a smoke test. Now here's where things are going to get really, really interesting. I'm going to go back to the main camera. You can go ahead and shut that camera down temporarily. We're going to go back to main, and yeah, that's really, really frustrating. Hold on a minute. They do give us 2 more screws. What are these for? I forgot. Doesn't really show them going in, does it?
No. It looks like, yeah, that bumper is supposed to rest against the card. That's what keeps it.
It is resting against the card. But what I'm curious about is what are these for? There's a gasket or a washer. It's like they're using their own screws rather than the screws that came with the case, is what it looks like. I don't think we need them.
Very important that the rubber on the knob properly contacts and touches the surface of the graphics card. Okay.
Well, you're free to double check my work.
No, I mean, if that's what it needs to.
I'm just saying, I mean, I read the same thing, but I'm confused why they gave us these 2 additional screws, which are here in this bag, which look like this. Let's see if I can show them to you. With AMD, you might need a fire extinguisher handy. That's what they say. My fire extinguisher caught fire, so I don't have one anymore. I had nothing to put it out with. Okay, let's see. I'm going to need to grab a power cable. Do I have one that long? Let me find a power cable. Power cable. All right, I got to get a little creative here to get a power cable to get all the way out this far into the yard. I've got an old surge protector here we can use. Did I put my wire cutters away just when I needed them? Sounds like something I would do. Hope it doesn't rain. All right, so I got my rapid fire keyboard here. getting exciting. I probably have to hook up the power switch and reset switch, right? Probably. Just go there. What is this plastic? There's something plastic in here. Oh, this is the front port umbilicals I was just talking about. They were out of sight and out of mind this whole time. It just now occurred to me, like what's gonna happen when I hit the power switch? I'm gonna guess nothing. So I don't need to hook up the front port USB. I don't really care about the audio at this point. This is USB 2, I don't care. HD audio, where's front panel? It's on one connector. What? No. What? No. What?
No.
Somebody put it on one connector? Oh my God. Mwah. Oh. Sorry, was that weird?
Steady, steady.
If it's wrong for a man to love a well-engineered case, then I never want to be right. Okay, here's the deal. Here's what I'm so hot about. The reset switch, the power switch, and I'm sorry, there's no reset switch on this case. Who uses it anyway? You just hold your power button in like everybody else for 10 seconds. I'm gonna do it again. The hard drive LED, the power LED, and the power switch are all in one connector.
Nice.
Hallelujah. That defeats the necessity of the G connector, right? And what that means is hooking this up. I mean, it was easy before because I'm always very comfortable with it. Oh, and we've got a SATA power connector if we want to get these, probably to get these fans and RGB working. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm so anxious. I want to get this bad boy fired up. Oh my God, that's freaking genius. How come motherboard manufacturers have been putting that front panel header to a specification, and yet the case manufacturers give you all the cables loose and leave it up to you, as though it would vary from one motherboard maker to another, when in fact it hasn't varied in a very long time. So we're going to bring this up and over into where? We're going to bring it up through here at the bottom. Oh my God. What? That is awesome. It even has a pin blocked. So you're like, well, is there a pin missing? There sure is. I never noticed it before. But on the top row, there's a pin missing. And that's it. We're done.
Boom.
Well, don't say boom.
No. Sweet.
There we go. I'm so happy. Okay. Now here's the deal, guys. I need a favor from you. If I put a monitor out here, I won't be able to see it. So I'd like to use your monitors. What happened to my fountain? I'm gonna shut it off. I want to use your monitors at home. What you're watching right now, your smartphone, whatever you're using, I'd like to use that as my monitor. So what I'm going to do, I need to get a little adapter out. Did I bring the adapters out? Did I bring them out? I did. Okay, good. Okay, so we're going to go with this cable out of the camera. And we're going to go into HDMI, which should be one of these. Oh, first try. Power switch is on. Getting my keyboard all nice and tangled up here. Could I have wrapped that around any more? Okay. All right, guys. You're going to be my monitor. Do me a favor, Mitch, and hit close-up camera.
Okay.
And turn off center. Okay, guys, you're going to see a no signal on your screen. You are about to become my monitor. Here we go. Radiator fans are running. Come on, give me some video. Come on. Come on, baby. Talk to me. Talk to me. It's not looking good. Uh-oh, look at that.
Nice.
That's what we want to see. Okay, let me let this sit here for a second. Let me go grab, I just downloaded the new release of Windows 10 that just came out 2 days ago. Created a new bootable Windows 10 install. Let's see how this is going to work. Now, I don't think I'm ready to install Windows 10 yet. I think I have to configure RAID in the BIOS first. So we're going to reboot and we're going to go back into the BIOS. Remember, there's no reset switch, so I'm going to shut it off, turn it back on, and start pressing delete. Think I'm hitting delete enough? BIOS has been reset. Okay, whatever. Gosh darn it, I can't really see anything. That's not going to help. SATA mode. I don't really want SATA mode, do I? I want something else. I don't think that's what I want. Is it PCIe slot configuration? No, that's for setting up graphics card. Model name, BIOS. Well, it does show the boot option.
Boot option priorities. Yeah. You got the one Samsung.
Yeah, but how do I configure that for RAID? Let's see. LEDs, USB. Don't know what AMD CBS is. We're not in SATA mode. We're in NVMe mode. So the SATA RAID is probably for SATA drives. We're not SATA. We're SSD NVMe. So we're looking for NVMe RAID. There may be a newer BIOS. There probably is a newer BIOS too. What's my BIOS version there?
F2.
Oh, there must be a newer one. That's from August of 2017. Give me just a second, guys. Let me run back in. And let's switch them over, just give them something to look at. That's the system on right now. In fact, let's do this. We can give you both. How come it's not working? That should be working. Center camera. Why is it going to the right? That is weird. Isn't that weird? Every time I select it, it goes down to a different. I don't know why it's doing that. Well, clearly I don't know what I'm doing. So that's all right. We're going to look for newer BIOS than F2 on the X99 AORUS. So give me just a second. I'm going to go grab that. In the meantime, enjoy your view. Be right back, guys. Hang in there. Let's see, what is the latest BIOS we have here? BIOS version is currently F3G. Added NVMe RAID support. Oh, well, I guess I need F3G then, don't I? I'll be looking for a setting that doesn't exist. Seems kind of weird that they gave us 3 M.2 drives and not have NVMe RAID support right out of the box, but what do I know? Gotta rush that thing to market even if it's not ready yet. It's always important to be first. Doesn't matter if you're right. Doesn't even matter if it works. Just be first. Okay, so we're gonna extract the zip file I've just downloaded, and then within that, there's my BIOS file. I'm going to copy that over to my flash drive. I got a little 2 gig flash drive formatted in FAT32. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Now we're going to eject the flash drive. All right, now we're cooking with gas. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so it seems the latest BIOS supports NVMe RAID, and if you don't have the latest BIOS, you don't get NVMe RAID, because they push this thing out to market with multiple M.2 drives with no RAID support. Okay, shut it off. I'm going to put the flash drive in. Turn it back on. Do me a favor and go to the close-up camera again. And then shut off the main. There we go. I think we're good. Should be seeing something. What's going on? That ain't right. Okay. Update BIOS, yes please. I don't have a mouse hooked up. How am I supposed to get there? Tab. Oh, I just had it. Oh, there it is. Enter. Enter. Here we go. So we are updating the BIOS to F3G, the current version. This is that thing everybody's so afraid of doing because back in the 90s, you know, it was risky, but it's not the 90s anymore, last I checked.
But all the websites tell you, if the BIOS is good, leave it be. You know,
I disagree. I disagree. Because what they're saying is wait till you have a problem. And I'm saying let's put it on now so we don't have the problem. But if I don't have to support the computer, I don't care what they do. But I always like to have the latest, especially on a brand new build, because so much gets rushed out before it's ready, especially like with the Ryzen CPUs. There was a lot of memory incompatibility issues when they came out to market, and so a lot of BIOS updates followed in the first 3 or 4 months of the Ryzen chips to fix and address all those memory issues with RAM modules.
And that RAM is DDR4. What megahertz is it? I'm just curious.
This RAM we're using today, I think it's 3000.
Is it 3200 or 3000? Or I mean megahertz or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's 3000. I can't remember. It's actually, it's in our parts list in the video description. We can bring it up and see what it is. People in the chat are wanting me to plug in both the 4-pin and the 8-pin power connector to the chip. I don't think we need it, and I'm not worried about it right now. Well, they're telling me it's 3600 megahertz. Thanks, guys. Thanks for letting me know.
Is it dual channel? I mean,
it is dual channel. That's right. So.
And that's something that you'd have to tell the BIOS. Right?
Actually, I think it's quad channel.
Oh.
Yeah. So you want to fully exploit it, you need 4 memory modules.
Ah.
So the video is because the system is rebooting right now, and when the system comes back up, you'll see video again. I mean, when you guys shut your computer off, doesn't your monitor say no signal on it? Mine does. Okay, here we go. Now we should have the latest BIOS. And let me go back into it. Or did I wait too long?
You wait.
Why did it restart? Oh, is it still updating?
No, I just think the screen came up and you didn't hit delete fast enough.
It still should say unbootable device.
There you go.
Okay, are we on F3G? We are.
F3G, yeah.
Now where's my RAID support? Where's my NVMe RAID? NVMe RAID mode, right there.
Yeah, disabled. Enable.
It's enabled now, right?
Yep.
Now how do I configure it? Maybe it just assumes you want RAID 0. Maybe I'm just assuming. Let's save and exit and see what it does. Oh, we're getting our drone shot now. You know how much that helicopter cost me? Here it comes. Oh, he's over the wrong house. Well, that was money well spent. I'm kidding, guys. I didn't pay for a helicopter. It's a joke. Not a funny joke. Okay, let's just put Windows 10 in. Let's boot to it and see what Windows 10 is going to say. So we're restarting the computer right now with the Windows 10 USB drive in. And let's see what we've got here. We're seeing Windows 10 start to load. I'm just curious if it's going to see one 500 gig drive or is it going to see one 1500 gig drive? And that's going to tell me if the RAID is automatically set. My keyboard's not working. Oh, I see. Am I on next? Whoops. I hit the key twice. That's all right. Let's see what it says. Activate Windows. No, we don't want Windows. What is it? I don't have a product key. Is it the I, the letter I? Control I, maybe? No, that didn't work. Shift I. Alt I. Nothing?
Oh, there's next.
Okay. Windows 10 Pro, so we're going to go down right there. Are you kidding me? I have to tab to next? Oh no, okay. Spacebar to accept, enter. I want custom. Rats!
Here's your drives.
Yeah, I wanted to see a RAID. I wanted to see, it should just see one hard drive at 1500 gigs. That's what it's, that's if the RAID is working. The RAID's got to be in the BIOS. Otherwise, we're using software RAID, which is pointless.
It's got to be in the BIOS.
It's got to be. So that's all right. We haven't done anything yet, so we're going to shut it back off. We're going to shut it back off, I said. Got to hold the power button in for up to 10 seconds. There it goes. We're going to unplug flash drive. And we're going to go back into the BIOS. Let's turn it back on again. NVMe RAID mode is enabled. Okay, now what? It's got to be in here somewhere. This is the problem with teaching people how to use a BIOS, is the manufacturers move different settings in different places, and some will have features like NVMe RAID that others don't have. And then people go, well, how come I don't have that in my BIOS? It's because you don't have the same motherboard I have, or you don't have the same version of the BIOS. There's a lot of variables there.
In the chat, they're saying change AHCI. The AHCI has to be changed?
The Adapt Host Controller interface only applies to SATA. We're not in SATA. I'm not quite sure. Storage boot options. They're telling me I've got to change this to RAID in here as well. That doesn't really make any sense. Because what if I want to plug in a regular hard drive into the SATA port? RAID should be separate for NVMe. So I disagree. The SATA mode should be AHCI, because if we're going to plug in an SSD, we want it in AHCI mode, not in RAID mode. We are not using a SATA interface. We are using NVMe. So I would really, really like it if the viewers would listen to what I'm telling them. I know they're trying to be helpful, but we're not using SATA. website says the X99 chipset doesn't offer RAID compatibility for NVMe SSDs. Well, then what's that say right there? NVMe RAID mode says it right there in the BIOS. The manual is not for this version of the BIOS. The manual was printed when the original BIOS came out. Disable the SATA. That's an interesting idea. Let's try that, because we can always turn that back on. Save and exit. Let's see what happens. I am so confused. I'm going to turn off the full screen logo so I can see what's going on. Let's see what happens now. We should see a BIOS ROM appear, and I'm maybe just being impatient. It just goes right into the BIOS without me pressing any keys now because it's got nothing to boot to. UEFI has to be off or else you won't see the RAID menu pop up. Now that makes sense. Doing NVMe RAID is different from doing SATA RAID. It is an entirely different process. Yeah, and we're still running into the same issue here. People are talking about drivers. There's no point in worrying about drivers if you cannot get your RAID set up first. So you're putting the cart long before the horse. So forget about drivers, get that out of your head. See what that does. It's thinking about something. No, just put us right back in the BIOS. According to the Gigabyte forum, you have to set SATA to RAID. All right, well, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Nothing else is working. It makes no sense. Why would I have to tell it in two separate places? But what do I know? I'm not an engineer. Let's give it a shot. I'm willing to try it. They told me to stand on my head and spit out nickels. I'd try it. Now we should definitely see a RAID setup menu. Nope. Mm-mm. No options for the RAID in here. Everybody's saying, there's a couple people saying set CSM support to disabled. I've already done that. Are you guys seeing the same thing I'm seeing, or are you guys just randomly saying things to see how dumb I am to follow your advice? That ain't doing nothing. Okay. Wait, what's this right here? RAID Expert 2 configuration utility. Yay! Controller management. View controller information. Counts 3 disks. That's what we want to see. Don't need to rescan. Oops, let's go back there. Array management. Creating a, whoops. Let's go back. Create, why isn't it letting me create? It's not. Manage and delete. Okay, delete. create. Volume sounds as good a name as any. Select physical disks. SSD. How come I only see one? I gotta delete all three of them? That seems weird. But that's what let me do it last time, so let's go back to delete. You getting all this, Mitch?
I'm sure all three sticks are good.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because we saw them before.
But I think I have to delete each one. So that's array 1. It only shows array 1. It doesn't show me any other array. Now that says physical disk 3-1. Before we had 4-1, right? So if I go to create array, do I see 2 now? I do, so we got one more to go. We're making some progress. This is not intuitive. Not to me.
Gigabyte.
Delete. So that's array 1. Where's array 2? See, it's just offering me 1. No arrays. Hey, that's new. Array, create, RAID level, RAID 0. Got to do that first, huh? Oh. 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 Here it goes.
RAID 0.
1.4 terabytes. It looks good. Save and exit. Better hurry up and load Windows before it changes its mind. See, it was just that simple. Anybody could do it.
Little patience.
And some drugs. Yeah, it's still not booting. So let me shut it off because maybe it didn't determine the USB drive is plugged back into it. Here we go. Fresh fire up. Windows 10 bootable flash drive is in there. Yeah, we still don't have a setting right in the BIOS here. Probably something to do with
The USB.
no, with the settings with the UEFI and legacy and stuff like that. I think that's where. Oh wait, no, just impatient. I'm just impatient. I mean, God forbid you have a 32-core CPU, you should have to wait. Come on now. If I wanted to wait, I'd go buy myself an Atom processor. Named after a friend of mine named Adam. Now it may not see the array because now we may need to install drivers. Let's find out. Let's see what it says. Disk 1, Disk 2, Disk 3. That is not a RAID. I'm guessing that little 10 meg of space has something to do with the driver, the RAID configuration that's stored on the, probably on the boot sector of the drive. Okay, all right, well that's all right. We're making a little slow progress. I knew that this was part of the fun part of this build was I was going to be getting into something I've never done before, and we're doing fine. We're doing fine. Just keep telling myself that. You're doing fine. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. What's going on, Jimmy? Okay. Now things should get interesting. I'm going to shut it back down. Ooh, this RAM is really pretty. Have you seen the way this RAM lights up in here? It's really cool. I mean, it's completely stupid, which makes it kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Imagine that in the dark. All right, let's see. What do you hit to do the, we want to load the drivers. What do we do? Gosh, it's been so long. Oops, was I supposed to hit F6 right there? I think I was. I think I missed the opportunity to press it. Wait, is there an option to load a driver? Load driver. Well, that shows me nothing. That was helpful. So apparently that's a SATA RAID driver only. It's not an NVMe RAID driver. I couldn't find the NVMe RAID driver. All I see is a SATA one. Try that. There it is. There it is. Drive 0, unallocated space, 1.395.7 gigabytes. That's 1.5 terabytes. We push enter. And we're off to the races. Look at that. It's almost like we knew what we were doing. So close. I have to say, you know, it's a little nerve-wracking to be in the business this long and to use you know, RAID configurations and BIOSes have been around for many years. I'm very familiar with them. But never have I ever done one with NVMe. And it certainly adds a few obstacles. Like, for example, I wouldn't have thought that the motherboard out of the box wouldn't have supported it, that I had to download the latest BIOS. So if you were one of the first people to grab this motherboard because you want to be first, you would have had to have waited until whenever that third BIOS came out to enable that feature. So if you invested in those NVMe drives and you spent the time to build it and use it, you would not have been able to. And so this is why it's good to wait a little bit. You know, just because one way or another you're going to be waiting. If you jump in too soon, you're going to be waiting. I'll be very curious what our read speeds are going to be on this drive. Like we'll bring up crystal disk info. And, you know, without this, we should see like 2,500 on the read speeds. So with it, I'm expecting over 6,000.
Now, would you maybe have the same problem with Intel? Or no, this is a completely, because it's this.
I think it's related to NVMe, more so than an AMD or Intel thing.
It's an NVMe issue, yeah.
Windows is almost at 100%. It's fast. You ever install Windows that fast?
No. I've never seen it. Jeez.
It's installing updates that I don't have the internet connected to, so I don't know where it's getting these updates from, but we'll...
That was the first thing. I thought that you pulled a Ethernet, but
No, I did not pull Ethernet because I've got it running to the streamer.
Right.
Holy smokes, we're already ready to reboot. Here we go. 4 minutes and 55 seconds on the install time. Oh no, that's he said on his install. I don't think we did 4 minutes and 55. I think it was faster.
Yeah,
I think it was like 2 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I can probably go in the BIOS and speed whatever it's up. You know, whatever it's doing right now, I can probably speed this up. It's looking for something and it's timing out. But I'm not worried about that just yet. They're reminding me there's Wi-Fi built into the board. That's true, but I have to plug the antennas in and load the software. But unless it, you know, it might load it automatically, Windows 10. Let's see what happens. Oh my God, could you even read that?
I've never seen...
Wow.
I've never seen Windows this fast.
Yeah, they mentioned I haven't even put my Go Faster stickers on it yet. Imagine how fast it'll go when I do that. Ah. See, we were talking about how fast it was, and now it's like... Come on, I've blinked. It should be done now. I can't get over that front panel was one connector.
Yeah, that was amazing. Here we go.
Did it just set my resolution too high for the capture? No, it's rebooting. Okay. Even this BIOS date's from October, so it's not like it was a recent BIOS update. So that means that board must have been sitting on a shelf for quite some time before I got it.
Now, will you only keep Windows 10 on those 3 drives, or will you load anything other than just the operating system? Is that why you just wanted it?
I'm going to load the Power Director video editing software on it.
Okay.
And I'm going to see, because Power Director is very CPU intensive on the video editing. And I want to see how it performs. I might end up using this as my video editor and just keep the other one as a streamer. Oh, look at that. Came right up. Let's skip that for now. Who's going to use this PC? Thready? Password? No password. Cortana? No, I know how to use a computer. I don't need Cortana. I'm not a simpleton. Well, I am, but don't tell anybody. This is so hard to do with a keyboard. Hello. Are you getting things ready for me? Several minutes. This is a Threadripper. Get on with it. Seconds. Several seconds. Jimmy is on patrol today. He is on it. Look at him. Takes his job very seriously. Hey, look at that. Would you look at that? I've got Microsoft Edge. What else could you want? Okay. Let me grab another flash drive that has crystal disk mark on it. In fact, I'm going to yank this one, and I'm going to be right back. All right, I have relented and I'm grabbing a mouse because I'm tired of using the keyboard. Let's go ahead and plug the USB drive back in here. And let's plug the wireless mouse in, which I guess can go right. Can it go there? No, we'll put it right here instead. Oh, that's the wrong flash drive, Carrie. Gotta go to the one above. So what you guys don't seem to understand is the screen that I'm looking at is very far away from me, so to look at small details is a little challenging. He's a killer, isn't he? You ready? Here we go. Here we go, folks. This is it. I want to see some impressive read speeds here. Oh, look at those numbers. J77ZZZ has contributed 25 Canadian dollars. Good work as always, he says. Much appreciated. Well, thank you. What I tell you, I was expecting the number to be about 6,000, isn't that what I said? Remember, when you do RAID 3, you don't get 3 times the speed. So if 3 times 2,500 would have been 7,500, you got some overhead there you got to account for. It'll still be faster than 2,500 times 2, which would be 5,000. So I just estimated off the top of my head what I imagined a RAID 0 with 3 drives would be. That falls in line with about what I would expect. Oh my God. Wow, that's a big number right there. Wow. We don't have video card drivers in this thing, I can tell. Let's see what the 4K, usually the middle numbers are usually smaller. So once we're done with this read test, you know, we're going to be approaching, we're about 4 hours and 40 minutes into this video right now. And what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to work with the BIOS a little bit and see if I can't streamline it. And then either tomorrow or the next day, we'll do sort of the naming ceremony where we're going to give everybody credit who has contributed to this build and put their names on that white strip. But I want to make sure I get everything optimal, tuned, and happy. And that'll be pretty boring to watch, so I'm not going to film that part of it. That's incredible. All right, let's see what our write speed's. Oh, look at the write speed. Woo-wee. Nice. So all 3 of the NVMe drives are seen by the BIOS and by the operating system as one large drive. And all 3 drives hold 1/3 of all the data. And all 3 drives, when you send, it's just like the inside of a hard drive has platters. And all the platters are used. And you know, you may have one file scattered across many platters, but you see it as one drive. And so the operating system and the BIOS cannot separate any of these 3 drives. If you separate any of these 3 drives, it'd be like taking one of the platters out of your hard drive. So there's no concern with regards to one drive being used and the others not. It's simply RAID 0 does not, nor has it ever worked that way. The only exception would be maybe if you were using a software RAID where you had to boot off of a drive to load the software to see the RAID. And that's got a lot of overhead and it's kind of pointless. So when you're running a RAID 0, regardless, you need to be running a minimum of 3 drives for RAID 0. I think it's, well, no, I guess you can do RAID 0 with 2, but if any single drive fails, regardless of how many are in the array, the whole thing is no good. So that's why it's important that you make backups if that's important to you. I use Acronis. Acronis will see it just as one big 1.5 terabyte drive. And I can export that right out into a file onto a USB drive, and there's your image. But I won't do that until I get all the drivers loaded, Windows activated, all the configuration the way I like it. Then I'll do the Acronis image. I'm surprised at that 36.23 on the bottom left. That's a very low, that doesn't seem right. Someone's talking about the difference between the EVO line of drives and the Pro line of drives. The difference is primarily your warranty. So when you're buying the Pro line, you do get a drive that's a little bit faster, but you get a much, much longer warranty. So remember, when you're looking around at prices, you've got to consider that warranty, that customer service, that peace of mind. Sometimes it's worth a little more, especially if you're running a business and you're held accountable, that you're able to support your customers with a warranty from a company that you can actually get a hold of. So, yes, David makes a good point. We don't have chipset drivers installed. This is true. This is true. Let me pull up. Let's see if we see 32 cores. My mouse is acting up. Oops. Gosh darn it, keep hitting the wrong. CPU. Are these all my cores? CPU 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Wait a minute. Why did it stop at 22? Oh, I dragged my mouse too far away. Yeah, there's a lot of, oh my gosh, it's still going. 31, there we go, because we started at 0, so 0 is 1, and 31 is 2. I had a teacher do that to us once. He said, I'm going to give you 10 problems, and he wrote 0 through 10. And student, one of the other kids went, that's 11. Teacher's like, what? He said, you started with 0, so 0 is 1, and 1 is 2, and 10 is 11. All right, guys. It looks good. I think it looks good. Do me a favor. Hit me on the center cam. And here is the rig. It's going to be kind of hard to see that RAM lighten up in there. Maybe I can give you a little bit of an adjustment. Let's see. I'll definitely have to show it to you at night. See the way that RAM is glowing in there? Come on, I know you like it. Admit it. It's stupid. And the way the fire comes off the top. Oh, wait, that's not supposed to be there. Just kidding. Everything's running really, really well. And it really wasn't that hard to figure out, you know, both the built-in heat shield for the heat spreader for the M.2 drives. I suppose I'll just have to find another project for those extra ones I've got. And my thanks once again to all of the contributors. So the plan's going to be, after this gets buttoned, well, not buttoned up, but once I get it cleaned up and configured and optimized, all the drivers will be installed, the BIOS will be optimized. Once all that's done, we're going to do another live stream. We're going to do the naming ceremony. And then the two videos are going to be pushed together. Maybe I'll edit out some of the times where I have to walk off camera. I'll cut out the intermission and try and bring the time down. It'll still be a long video. but I want to make sure that everybody who contributed gets credit on the main video, right? Because otherwise people just skip past that. So eventually this video will be replaced with an edited version, lightly edited, with the addition of the naming ceremony at the end of it. And of course, the next time you see me, the machine will be a little more cleaned up. It'll run even faster. That boot screen shouldn't be up for as long as it is. I'm going to figure that out. And that's going to wrap it up. Mitch, I want to thank you again for volunteering to run the cameras today. It certainly was a lot better with your help than what it would have been on my own. And for everybody who took time out of their day to tune in today, thank you so much for joining us. And I think I got all the thank yous out of the way. Everybody who's contributed during this live stream, thank you as well. I appreciate your support and your generosity. That's going to wrap up today's Threadripper build, and I will see you all again very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.